We
And
live, we live, we live, we live. 1 2 1 2. Mic check to the guards. I go
Mike
by the
check.
name of J.F.K.
And I go by Kevy Kev.
Listen, man, we about to take you up to 39,000 feet. And let me tell you something, right? We're number 3 on the runway. So if you got to carry on right now, you need to throw that up in the overhead compartment. And if you have a backpack, throw that right up underneath the seat. But before you do, take out your nips, take out your vapes. If you got some Nestle's, Cliff Bars, whatever your vice might be, put your trays up because we're about to take you up to 39,000 feet. Remember, populate the goal so we can keep that conversation moving. And remember, turbulence in the chat keeps the plane rocking. This is number 7, right, Kevy Kev?
Yes, number 7.
Of politics as usual in Massachusetts. This is the story of Eddie O'Brien. It was the summer of 1995. It's the story of Janet Downing, R.I.P. The summer of 1995, R.I.P. Janet Downing.
Yeah.
Let's go, people.
Yeah. Summer of 1995, hot night in July. Why did Janet have to die? This is the story of Eddie, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The system is petty, juvenile law and politics so deadly. 15 years old, known as Big Lovable Teddy. Janet Downing, 42 years old, what's the motive? Killed in her home, young mother devoted. Eddie went in the house, the door was open. She was on the kitchen floor, laying there frozen. Eddie claims this was not what he planned to see. A man with a mask grabbed him. Be quiet. I will kill your whole family. Eddie left the house, ran up the street. Around the corner, washed up in the bathroom at Burger King. Janet was stabbed multiple times. Rest in peace. It was a gruesome murder scene. I agree. Eddie went to his work, said he got jumped, but never said a thing. What? About Janet lying there lifeless. His friend's mother from across the street. Shh. He was in the house. But Janet had a brother-in-law she kicked out for selling drugs. Said if anything ever happened to her, it's him you bring up. The night of the murder he showed up, was acting suspicious in the front yard. Gina in Virginia says he was looking for his keys. It was humid and muggy, but we were showered and neat. He was a cab driver looking for his key. Looking for a key to one of the cabs in the fleet. Yes. How did he know something happened on that street? Eddie says he is innocent, and the cab driver did it.
Who do you believe?
Believe.
DNA under Janet's fingernail unidentified. Who do you believe?
Come on, come on.
This is the story of Eddie, 15 years old.
Life in prison.
This is the story of Janet, life taken and stolen.
For no reason.
It was the summer,
July 1995.
do you all remember?
30 years ago, why she have to die?
15 years old, locked in a cage of murder that he always denied.
Let's go. Summer of 95. Life goes by. Welcome to the stream, long gamers. Peace and love. La la la. Let's take them back.
Yo, we are here. I go by the name of JFK.
And I go by Kevy Kev.
Let's go, people.
They can't blind your vision, cover these clear mornings. Days fly by, let's make another year for it. Struggling and stressing, brother, but you here for it. Life sends you in a tailspin without no real warnings. Sat on the porch all night, damn, I used to rip flows. All the girls you stared at, yeah, I used to get those. Them chicks started smoking crack, now the kids are all schizos. Another day in the hood, homie, you know how that shit goes. You ever look at a calendar, be scared to count it? He never did a day of time, so we rap about it. Real ones traumatized, we can do without it. System is rigged, they got us surrounded. They talk shit, brown nose, they are in your business. Be your close ones, boast fun, show interest. At your front door, ghost guns, load the switches. For a Rolex, leave you dead, no witness. Let's go. We just trying to live, please leave us alone. We fighting for justice, we trying to make it home. From Proctor to Mulligan in the combat zone. They killed Jigga right in front of the stove. No more sitting for summers, just trying to change our ways. Lost the sting, but that sensation stays. Chasing validation, I can see the hate in their face. He is scared he gonna die, history reading today. Welcome to the street. We be Keith, James, Jackson, J.F.K. 39,000 feet. Let's go. Let's go. Let's make the goal. 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 Hey yo.
Cheers, my brother. Cheers, 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 cheers for real. Man, it's been a wild, wild, wild time. We got Becky G coming through with the goals. We got Law Wifey, excuse me, R.I.P. Janet Downing. We got Sturdy Gal, goals. We got Becky, let's go. We got Mitchie Beach, let's go. Free Kelsey Fitzsimmons, my guys. Thank you so much. We are here. If you don't know what we're doing, we are covering a case of Eddie O'Brien and Janet Downing back in July of 1995. A crime that he always denied. Allegedly, he went in the house across the street. It was his best friend's mom's. He went in there and he did a horrible crime, allegedly. He got found convicted, life in prison at 15 years old. During that time, Governor Weld and a DA named Thomas Riley, who actually tried the Eddie O'Brien case and was the DA in Middlesex County. I repeat, he tried the Eddie O'Brien's case. He tried Eddie O'Brien's case, Janet Downing. And he was pushing for new juvenile law. Super predators, they should be tried as an adult. Eddie got found convicted in 1997 of the murder, stabbing of Janet Downing, and shortly after that, at the tender age of 17, was in Walpole State Prison. Eddie says, I didn't do it. Eddie ran out the back of the house. Well, actually, he walked across the street. He seen the door open in the house. He goes in there and he sees Janet on the dining room floor. He tries to revive her, and he realizes that she's hurt bad, real bad. He's approached, as he's trying to leave the front door, he's approached by a man in a mask with a knife that says, if you say anything, well, somebody was knocking at the door, excuse me. They were knocking at the door. He said, don't open that door. If you open up that door or say anything, I'm going to kill you and kill your whole family. Eddie then went down the stairs out the back of the house, off a couple of cement embankments down to Hamlet Street, which is right off of Boston Street. There's a hill that goes like this. The house was at the top of the hill. At the top of Boston Street's here. The house is here. There's a hill that goes down. He jumps down. He runs. He goes to Burger King. He washes his face. He goes down to Union Square, where he gets jumped by two people, and he gets stabbed in his hand. I have to put you on mute. And he gets stabbed in his hand. The store he was at was Midnight Convenient. That's where he worked. The police came to Midnight Convenient, drove him home. His grandfather, who was the former chief of police in Somerville, said you need to go to the hospital and get a tetanus shot because you got stabbed in your hand. The problem is when he took that ride from Midnight Convenient in the police car, and also when he got to the hospital, he never said he was in the house with Janet. Never mentioned that until later on. So that ultimately, he's saying he didn't do it. He's saying when he was in the house, someone put a knife to him, but he never mentioned that. I don't know exactly how long after. I don't know if it was weeks or months. I don't know the exact time on that, but he didn't say it that night, that July hot, humid night. Now there's a guy named Adi. Adi was the cab driver. Allegedly, he is the guy that was in the mask, could be. There's rumblings of him being the guy that was in the mask. There's rumblings that it could have been our own son that could have done this because there was DNA underneath the fingernail of Janet Downing and was never ran. They ran it and compared it to Eddie O'Brien, but they never ran it through APHIS and compare it to anybody else. Did they get Adi's DNA, the cab driver? Yes. The problem is they never ran it and compared it. Keep in mind, Eddie O'Brien's blood was found in the house. There was blood of Janet Downing found on his shin, and he had a knife wound to his hand. How do you get past that? And he never mentioned he was in the house when he was with the police in the back of a cruiser getting driven back to his house on Boston Street for midnight convenient. His parents put out a reward for the people who jumped him. But the flip side of it, Eddie was 15 years old, never went to public schools, went to Catholic schools. That night of that July night, he actually went to church. He actually went to church. He had a 2-month-old baby in the house. His sister, Trisha, just had a baby, which is his mother, Trisha. Big Ed. Trisha, we like to call her Ma Dukes. What up, Mom Dukes? If you're watching, peace to Mom Dukes. Everybody put their peace signs up for Trisha, Mom Dukes. Peace signs up for Trisha, Mom Dukes, Eddie's mother. She just had a baby at the time, 2 months. She was 2 months old. And then his neighbor just had a baby that was 2 years old, who he actually gave ice cream to before he seen the open door at Downing's house and thought Ryan might have been in there. This was a neighborhood where everybody hung out and came out of everybody's house. This is 1995. This is 30 years ago. This was a space and time where things were different, things were better. If you ask me, I'm just a old guy, I guess, stuck in the 90s. And I guess I'm trapped back in it again. I can't find my way out. Huh, would you believe it? But this is where we're at. There was Gina, who lived across the street, and there was Virginia Reckley, who was the neighbor of Janet Downing, who said that she seen the cab driver outside of the house when she took Ryan out of there when Janet was discovered. She took him out to the police car, and she said she consoled Ryan, and Gina consoled Ryan, and there was the cab driver, Artie, the one-man party, who was looking for a key, a cab key. He was looking for a key in the front yard of Janet's house. What was he doing looking for a fucking key? Gina says that everybody was wilted. Everybody looked like used toilet paper. That's word for word what she said.
Yep.
They looked like shit because for 1 week straight, it was a heat wave in Massachusetts. Would you believe it? And everybody was just hanging out on the porch, as we would say in the hood. We were grinding. And he came walking up, and Gina said he looked like $1 million. His hair was slicked back. It was wet. He was smelling good, looking good, and he was real refreshed. Virginia said she was trying to do her dishes. She said she heard a little scuffle, but she didn't think nothing of it. Virginia, the neighbor whose house is connected to Janet's house, she said she didn't think nothing of it because she always fights with her son, little Paul Jr. He was a teenager. I think he was 16 years old, and he had beef with moms. They always was fighting. And, it happens, right? That type of shit happens.
Yep.
So she didn't think nothing of it. I wish she did. But she said there was no water pressure. And she said that usually happens when, what did she say, Kevin Kev?
She said that usually happens when someone's using the shower or the water. It was a duplex. So we're talking about, these two houses are meeting each other in the middle and should lose water pressure if somebody else was using the shower or which brought makes her think who was in the house.
This is Artie. This is the cab driver. This is what he looks like now. That's not what he looked like at the time, obviously. This is Artie now, though.
How y'all feel out there?
This was the cab driver. He was looking for his key. Artie actually came on the show. And he, to Adi's credit, he didn't ask any questions. He said, I'll come on the show and I'm going to defend my honor. And he answered every question we had. Actually, he was supposed to come on the show tonight. My communication was a little off with my, excuse me, Jay Brilliant got something to say. What up, Jay? Eddie's blood wasn't in the house. It was his print with her blood. But I read a document that it said that his blood was in the house. See, tomorrow we're going to talk to the parents. We talked to Margot. Margot said it wasn't his blood, right? What did she say? If Margot's in the chat. There's a lot of moving pieces.
I thought that she said that he had pushed the door shut when he come in the house, he seen Janet on the floor. And I believe Margot said that he had touched her. He had tried to roll her over to see if everything was if she was okay. Seeing the condition that she was in, he just, he ended up touching her. Now he gets approached because there's some knocking at the door. He gets a hand on his shoulder, and that's when they stated, "Don't say anything. Well, get out of here. You keep your mouth shut. I'll kill your whole family." When the door was being knocked on, he put his hand up and pushed it shut. So there was a handprint of Eddie Jr. on the front door. And then he must have bolted out of there in fear.
Allegedly. Someone sent me a Boston. Who sent that to me? They sent me a Boston magazine article.
I sent you something today. I don't think it was that, though.
Yeah, but there was state evidence puts O'Brien at the crime scene. This is January 10th, 2011. Blood found inside Janet Downing's house on the night she was stabbed to death, on clothing, on a dimmer switch, on door frames, on walls, in the cellar, right? That's how I'm in the future I am. In the cellar, on a framed photograph, closely matches Edward O'Brien, according to experts who testified yesterday in O'Brien's murder trial. This was September 26, 1997. It was updated in 2011, excuse me. So this is what they testified. Blood found inside Janet Downing's house on the night she was stabbed to death, on clothing, on a dinner switch, on door frames, on walls in the cellar, on a framed photograph, closely matched Edward O'Brien's, according to experts who testified yesterday in O'Brien's murder trial. O'Brien, who was 15 at the time of the killing, is accused of fatally stabbing 43-year-old Downing, his neighbor, and the mother of his best friend on July 23rd, 1995, at her Somerville home. O'Brien, now 17, who's now 44, how crazy is that, told police the cuts on his arms, legs, and hands that night were inflicted by two muggers who attacked him in nearby Union Square. But the prosecution says the blood evidence puts him in the Downing house at around the time she was stabbed 98 times. The trail of blood suggests the killer first tried to leave through the front door, then left through the cellar. A DNA expert testified that the odds are nearly 1 in 180 million that samples taken from the dining room door, the front door, and the pink dress in the cellar belong to a Caucasian other than O'Brien. Keep in mind, Adi Ortiz is Hispanic. To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, we heard that before, right? My opinion and the source of the DNA found in the sample is from Edward O'Brien, said Dr. Jennifer Reynolds, a Maryland-based cell mark diagnosis of the 3 samples. The odds are even slimmer that the blood taken from the cellar door belonged to anyone other than Janet Downing, Reynolds testified. But they said it was close. They couldn't put 100. So that's what Margot was saying, right? She said that other people had that blood type in the house too, right? Was that what she was saying on the interview? I gotta pull up that interview.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think about it. I mean, other people in the house. I mean, you got her family. They're all going to have almost the same blood type as her.
No, we're talking about Eddie's blood, bro. You heard what I just read?
Yeah, a Caucasian, an unknown Caucasian.
Well, that's what got him. That's what got him convicted, right?
Now, did she also was there also an older daughter?
Say what? What?
Janet. She only had the 2 boys?
She had Kerry too. Lisa McDonald, she was 20. Kerry McDonald. Janet Downing. Kerry got me all fucked up. Kerry Downing was 20 years old, who had mental issues, was always beefing with her mother too. The face of guilt. Sometimes when you have so much stress, the body doesn't lie, ages you in ways you wouldn't imagine. Adi is probably a one-man party today. I bet. Erin, 17. Yeah, she had a 17-year-old, and she had Kerry that was 20. And she had twin boys. Erin and Kerry. Chrissy just jumped in and said.
Yep. Thank you, Chrissy.
Let's hear what Margot had to say, because she broke that all down with the blood and all that.
On every website he can find where I am.
Wrong.
He puts it on.
You wrong.
And he always does it lair.
God damn, Adi.
You spelled liar wrong.
You
I
wrong.
know, follower 309. Every once in a while, there's an article that came out in the Somerville paper in 2000, right after the book came out, so 2016.
They spelled it right this time.
He's still writing to the article in 2016 because he has another thought about how I'm a lair.
Jesus.
I have them. They send them to me, and I'm just like, God, when are you going to get off this?
So they never showed. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. Okay,
well, I mean, I thought I was under the impression that they didn't take Adi's DNA. They took his blood type.
Yeah, no, they took his DNA. They took his blood. They had his blood type, and they did his DNA. But they never compared it to any of the DNA that wasn't identified. There were also bloody fingerprints. There were 5 of them that were identifiable, bloody, and a palm print that was identifiable that they never tried to identify, that were not Eddie's, that were not anybody in the house.
They just want to believe that the 15-year-old kid did it. Blame it on the kid.
It's not that they wanted to believe it. They had to make it that way. When they were doing the testing here in Massachusetts, after it came back from Washington after 6 months, where nobody knows where it was, they tested. They had to test the hilt of the knife, and the lab person writes to Tom Riley and says, "I just did a preliminary test, and this is not going to be Ed O'Brien." And he said, "Stop all testing until you hear further from me." So he knew that a year before the trial, that was going to exclude Ed O'Brien. And then he finally had the testing done in July before the September trial. And that's when he divulged it to the defense, which is why the defense missed it, because they were too busy looking at other stuff.
So this is straight corruption.
It is unbelievable corruption in my book. In my book, it is. It is somebody knowing this kid is innocent and forcing the prosecution and twisting and turning it backwards just to get what he wants, because he needed that conviction, or he was not. His political career was over. Do you remember Newman Flanagan in Boston?
What's his name?
Do you remember Newman Flanagan, the DA in Boston in the 70s?
No, I don't remember that.
Okay.
That's before
he was
my
a
time.
big politician, Newman Flanagan. He decided to try himself a case after all these years of being a politician. And he tried, 2 nurses were killed in the Bay. And he tried that case. He lost it. And that's why you don't know who Newman Flanagan is.
Oh.
That's why district attorneys don't try their own cases.
So let me ask you this. I don't mean to throw it off the subject. Now, did you watch any of the Karen Reed trial?
I watched it all.
Now, what do you got to say about that? I mean, the comparison of the corruption, like they want their person.
They were getting it in real time, though. I mean, and I think she had a crackerjack team. I can't say more about that, but what do you mean? What do you mean crackerjack? All of this stuff that I'm telling you about the blood and we didn't know that until years after the trial was over.
Right.
Because we had never seen the records. And still even more of them, all those things you were reading from the truthabouteddieobrien.com, he's put all those records up there. Eddie just got them like a couple of years ago from a Freedom of Information Act.
So there's a bunch of evidence that they kept from him.
Absolutely. It's called the Brady Rule.
The Brady Rule. So you see, you said crackerjack. What are you saying that as an insult, or are you saying that you like your team?
No, they were awesome.
They were awesome. So are you familiar with Yannetti? Was Yannetti in the DA's office when I
know David Yannetti well. I tried a case against him once. It was a pleasure. He was not. He was in. I think he was in the DA's office yet, because it was brand new when I tried this jury case with him in the early.
Well, was he in what I'm saying? Was he in the DA's office when this was happening with Eddie?
No, he was. It was around that time he came to the DA's office. He was a brand new DA when I went up against him in a jury trial. It was a DUI case jury, which I won.
So all this. So you won? Of course you did. I win. Damn.
She was guilty.
She was guilty too, and you still got her off. Hey, so let me just say this. So all this evidence. So now, what's his next plan? Does he have an appellate lawyer? Who's his lawyer going through with this?
He has, worked his butt off. He's got to get these lawyers. He finds them. He talks to them. He has, he's just so. He's become a jailhouse lawyer himself. He knows as much law as I do. He talks to these people. He looks at their record. Then he's got to go to CPCS, public counsel funding. Ask them if they will fund a lawyer for him and get their approval. Then he's got to go back to the lawyer and say, I know you charge $1 million for a case like this. Would you do it for 30 an hour through CPCS? He's got a great team right now. And there may be another one coming on soon. So yes,
Does
he's very
David Yannetti know about this case? Like
Does
guys
he
like
know
that?
about it?
Well,
I don't
he might
know.
not. I'm thinking,
I don't
like,
know
you
if
know,
David knows about it.
I'm saying this is one of those cases, right? I mean, the thing is with this
We
case
couldn't
is that,
afford David Yannetti. We don't have any
well,
money.
right. Well, here's the thing.
I did a book tour, and I got I raised about, I don't know how much I raised, maybe $10,000 or $15,000 just by talking to groups about the book, and that was his defense fund, and that's all we had, you know. So he doesn't have the money to hire the California lawyer.
Right. No, I get
He's
it.
got to
I get
get
it.
somebody who's willing to work with CPCS, and CPCS has to be willing to give him a lawyer.
Well, the thing is, the stigma attached to this because, you know, Janet, you know, how she died is just horrible. So it's like nobody wants to get that wrong.
Awful.
Not saying any murder is better than any other murder, but goddamn, what happened
Yeah.
to Janet? I mean, that shit is fucking horrible.
That
Yeah.
was
Yes,
That was,
I agree.
you know.
And if I were her child, I would want to know who killed her. And even
Now
if I know,
why does Ryan and her kids at the time, they were young kids, obviously, why do they still, like, after all this is coming out, you spoke on the book, like they just you know, they're stuck in their ways?
I think that I can't answer for them, but my belief is that they never really understood any of this evidence. Just like the 309, Artie is saying I'm a liar or a liar, however you want to put it. What they don't know this evidence. You don't think Tom Riley told them this stuff, do you? And they only listen. Tom Riley, you know, I wrote an article about this, about be careful when he makes a promise to you, because he said he promised them he would get the killer. And, you know, he had 6 other unsolved cases, including 2 that had happened right around the time this murder happened. Deanna Cremens, a Harvard professor, was murdered, walking her dog at 5 o'clock at night, unsolved. Both of them unsolved.
When was the Harvard professor? I kind of remember that. When was that?
Let me just pull this up. Her name was Mary Jo Krug. She was stabbed to death while walking near her home in Cambridge in the late afternoon of April 4th, 1991. Deanna
91.
Cremens was March 30th, 1995, 3 months
Wow.
before this.
And they're
Yeah.
both unsolved.
And they're both, he had 6 unsolved murders at the time as a DA, which is bad for business.
Bad for business.
wow. Yep.
And so, anyway, he really, he interviewed them all together, which you don't do as a lawyer because it taints the testimony. He had them interviewed by a psychiatrist all together, staying together. Things were done that should not have been done in this case. And I believe that they really believed him. And he can be very sincere and persuasive, you know. And I think that they need their lives to go on. And I don't blame them.
Now, people were saying in your book, right? And I got the audio book. I just downloaded it, and I'm going to listen to it for sure. And I'm probably going to play it on this channel and go through the book to get more deeper. I mean, you're giving us a big take tonight, but I'm sure there's other stuff in there that gets a little bit, you know, deeper too.
Photos of the murder scene in there.
Oh, there's photos of the murder scene?
Not in the audio version.
Well, not. There's photos of the murder scene, and courtesy of What the Duck, she's working too. Ahmad tonight. We happen to have them. This picture right here is the seller.
was gonna say that does look like a cellar.
This is the illustration of a double-edged knife that he allegedly grabbed at the
When he got jumped.
when he got jumped. This is the dining room in the Downing house. This is what it looked like. Look at all that blood.
Jesus Christ. Is that the back door or the cellar door?
Inside the foyer door.
Okay.
So he was cut on his thumb and right there on his palm.
Yeah, like the crease. Right there on the crease of his.
Yeah. Yo. Summer of 1995, hot night in July. Why did Janet have to die? This is the story of Eddie, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The system is petty, juvenile law and politics so deadly. 15 years old, known as Big Lovable Teddy. Janet Downing, 42 years old, what's the motive? Killed in her home, young mother devoted. Eddie went in the house, the door was open. She was on the kitchen floor, laying there frozen. Eddie claims this was not what he planned to see. A man with a mask grabbed him. Be quiet. I will kill your whole family. Eddie left the house, ran up the street. Around the corner, washed up in the bathroom at Burger King. Janet was stabbed multiple times. Rest in peace. It was a gruesome murder scene. I agree. Eddie went to his work, said he got jumped, but never said a thing. What? About Janet lying there lifeless, his friend's mother from across the street. Shh. He was in the house. But Janet had a brother-in-law she kicked out for selling drugs. Said if anything ever happened to her, it's him you bring up. The night of the murder he showed up, was acting suspicious in the front yard. Gina in Virginia says he was looking for his keys. It was humid and muggy, but we were showered and neat. He was a cab driver looking for his key. Looking for a key to one of the cabs in the fleet. Yes. How did he know something happened on that street? Eddie says he is innocent, and the cab driver did it.
Who do you believe?
Believe.
DNA under Janet's fingernail unidentified. Who do you believe?
Come on, come on.
This is the story of Eddie, 15 years old.
Life in prison.
This is the story of Janet, life taken and stolen.
For no reason.
It was the summer,
July 1995.
do you all remember?
30 years ago, why she have to die?
15 years old, locked in a cage of murder that he always denied.
Let's go. Summer of 95. Life goes by. Welcome to the stream. Long gamers. Peace and love.
I'm going back to Massachusetts. Something's telling me I must go home. And the lights all went down in Massachusetts the day I left her standing on her own.
So as Eddie, if he left Burger King.
I'm going back to Massachusetts. Something's telling me I must go home. And the lights all went down in Massachusetts the day I left her standing on her own. You. twist the lie. Catch stunts in my 745. You drive me crazy, shorty. I need to see you and feel you next to me. I provide everything you need, and I like your smile. I don't wanna see you cry. Got some questions that I gotta ask, and I hope you can come up with the answers, babe. Girl, hey, it's easy to love me now. Hey, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? It's easy to love me now. Oh, now, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? If I fell off tomorrow, would you still love me? If I didn't smell so good, would you still hug me? If I got locked up and
Let's go, people.
to a quarter century, could I count on you to be there to support me mentally? If I went back to a hoopty from a Benz, would you poof and disappear like some of my friends? If I was hit and I was hurt, would you be by my side? If it was time to put in work, would you be down to ride? I get out and peel a brother cap, chill and dry. I'm asking questions to find out how you feel inside. If I ain't rap cause I flip burgers at Burger King, would you be ashamed to tell your friends you're feeling me? In the bed if I use my tongue, would you like that? If I wrote you a love letter, would you write back? Now we could have a little drink, you know, a nightcap, and we could go do what you like. I know you like that. Girl, it's easy to love me now. Oh, now, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? It's easy to love me now. Woo. Would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? Now would you leave me if your father found out I was thugging? Do you believe me when I tell you you the one I'm loving? Are you mad cause I'm asking you 21 questions? Are you my soulmate? Cause if so, girl, you a blessing. Do you trust me enough to tell me your dreams? I'm staring at you trying to figure how you got in them jeans. If I was down, would you say things to make me smile? I treat you how you wanna be treated, just teach me how. If I was with some other chick and someone happened to see, and when you asked me about it, I said it wasn't me, would you believe me or up and leave me? How deep is our bond if that's all it takes for you to be gone? We only humans, girl, we make mistakes to make it up, I'll do whatever it takes. I love you like a fat kid love cake. You know my style, I say anything to make you smile. Girl, it's easy to love me now. Oh no, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? Girl, it's easy to love me now. Oh, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? Could you love me in a Bentley? Could you love me on a bus? I'll ask 21 questions.
It's only raccoons. Don't go outside. Lisa McDonald says with the $49.99, we have all had blood on us where it has gotten on our clothes. No hose or sink will wash it off. Adding water makes for a brown mess. With all that blood, come on now.
After seeing these pictures, man, I'll tell you. We've been talking about this. We've been actually talking about this more for like a couple of weeks, man. But we've been really getting into it the past, 5 or 6 days, man. It's been moving fast,
No
And
way his sneakers would make it out that scene clean. You're absolutely right, Becky. Was the knife from the house recovered? No, there was a knife that they said was similar in the trash, allegedly. That wasn't his knife. They said that was the knife that it was used. But the point is, it wasn't a two-sided knife. The way he got cut, I guess they proved that it was a double-bladed knife that cut him. Like somebody had this type of knife when he actually grabbed it in the square. Yeah, and there's no footprints, man. There's no size 15s in there.
to see that room, to see that kitchen, man, the way it was in that picture. In my head, I've been trying to figure out, wonder what that scene really looked like. I get that's the aftermath, of what happened, but I'm staring at that scene and I'm saying to myself, no way in hell is a 15-year-old boy gonna run through that house without getting something on his fucking sneakers. That's the last thing he's thinking about. And the way the like the door, when you look at that doorknob, I'm thinking about how I would grab a doorknob. I would hit the back of I'd probably hit the door with the back of my hand, reaching for the doorknob.
Bracelet or whatever. And then who overturned that? What, they go through with the transfer hearing? How did that happen? How did he get not
No.
bailed out? What happened again?
Riley appealed the decision of Judge Quinlan to the appeals court, and the appeals court said that invalidated Quinlan's decision.
So let me get this straight. Of all the years that you've been practicing law, have you ever seen any shit like that?
No, I've seen people bailed, but I've never seen any DA
appeal it. Yeah. So the DA from Middlesex County, I just want to, this is big. So the DA from Middlesex County, this is how bad they wanted him to be inside to fight this case. They didn't want him outside, because outside he would have access to the media and whatever, right?
Right.
So the DA in Middlesex County, which is at the time Riley, for the people out here, a lot of people of this whole movement that this channel basically spawned over the Karen Reed trial. So we'll compare it to Morrissey. This guy, Thomas Riley, is like a Morrissey. So he turns around and says, no. I'm appealing that. We're keeping him inside. So technically he would have been out on the street. Eddie would have been out on the street.
He would have been at home on a bracelet.
At home.
Yeah.
So here we go. So Eddie runs down the street. He doesn't know where the killer is. Now, like you said, he jumped out of the bushes onto the street. Now, when you're on that street, my guy, Kev 781 on the Cash App, ladies and gentlemen. Kev, you went to the house today, right, Kevy?
I did.
And the bushes are like sitting high up, right? And it's like a drop, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the back of the. Go ahead, Mark.
Are the bushes and then a stone wall?
Yeah.
Yes. There's a retaining wall that goes, about 50 yards, down Hamlet Street.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a long set of bushes The backyard's kind of like terraced,
It's different than it was then. The backyard wasn't as big as it is now, but it's hard to explain. But yes, he did run into the bushes, and he did then make his way to the top of the retainer wall and jump down.
Yep.
And that's where his legs got scratched up.
That's where his legs got scratched
I mean,
up.
I could see that. I mean, to jump down that wall, in the dark, let's say, I mean, it was at least a good maybe 4 to 5 feet drop. So
Yes, big. Yep.
I could see that happening. Yeah.
Now you have to know
So let
too
me-
that. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Marco. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm here. I'm here to answer questions that you have.
No, go ahead. No, you could say whatever you need to say, though. Go
I
ahead.
was
You
just
got
going to
time.
say
Go ahead.
that when the 4 kids arrived there, they had come from Marco's house. They went to the front door. They were goofing around. The front door was open, not locked, and then there's a little.
So today is November 8th.
Then
Yeah,
there's
go
a
ahead.
little vestibule, okay, that you walk into, and then the front door to the actual inside of the house. Yeah, that's it. That's the stone wall.
So he came flying out of these bushes right here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So he comes running out.
yeah. Yeah.
Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
Turbulence in the chat.
Yeah.
Turbulence in the chat.
Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Static selector.
Yeah,
We're working too.
Boston.
I mean, my man had to run across 3
Yeah,
We're working too.
Boston.
I mean, my man had to run across 3 lanes.
Can you hear me?
Static selector.
Yeah, Boston. Can you hear me?
Turbulence in the chat.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
Static selector.
Yeah.
Static selector.
Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Like, can you look at this from both sides? If it comes out that she actually did it, are you ready to like?
You sound like Higgins.
You wrong.
I'm starting with the man in the middle.
I know you gonna dig this.
So that's the street. The street's
No,
a hill.
no, that's way down at the end of the street. They're right beside her house. The bushes.
Yeah. So so this is
the house is right to the left. There's when you go right to the end of that
there used
wall.
to be bushes there. There used to be bushes right there where he's pointed right now. And that's about where he jumped.
So he jumped, and that's the house right there.
Yeah.
So there was bushes all covering that, and he came through the bushes to get away from it, and he runs down this hill. So that's a hill. That's a pretty steep hill, no?
Yeah.
He didn't run, he just walked. He walked.
Oh, he walked.
Yeah,
He walked.
just walked. Not sauntered. He was walking quickly, and he heard people call. He didn't know who it was, but he was not turning around to anybody because he was scared out of his mind. So
Just to let you know, Margot,
Yeah.
just to let you know, we have Adi Ortiz is in the chat, just to let you know he's here.
Okay, I don't have
Okay,
a problem with that.
No, I'm just letting you know, that's all. Just give you a heads up.
Okay.
All right, so he walks down and he goes to Burger King. And he washes
Well,
his face and he freshens up, right? Is that the correct story still?
That's yes. That because he didn't eat anything at Burger King because he was sick to his stomach, and he was in shock, and so it was hot as hell, and so he splashed water on his face and whatever, and tried to think about what do I do. He at home he's got a grandfather who's dying of cancer. Okay, it's the grandfather's house that they live in. He's got a brand new baby, 3 months old, his mother just had, and a 2-year-old. And he's thinking, well, where can they go to where they're going to be safe? And my grandfather's got cancer, and his grandfather, by the way, this wasn't mentioned last night, but his grandfather is the former chief of police of Somerville.
That's
the chief.
wild.
Wow.
Okay, and that's another thing that I'm sure was taken into consideration, because there was no love lost between Chief O'Brien and the Middlesex District Attorney's Office, because for old political reasons, but that doesn't matter. But he had been the chief of police there. This was a kid who loved cops, who wanted to be a cop, whose grandfather was a cop. I mean, he was not. That's the kind of kid. That's the kind of house he grew up in.
Right. So he goes to Burger King. So he's trying to figure out what to do, and now he walks from Burger King to Union Square, right? And he gets jumped. Right. He gets in a fight.
He gets approached by 2 people. I know that Artie Ortiz keeps saying it's 3 people, but it was 2 people he was approached by, and they said, "Give me all your money," and he did. And then the guy looked, and he looked up, and the guy said, "Now you saw my face. I'm going to have to cut you." And I have an illustration in the book. Eddie put out his hand, and that's where he got cut, although he didn't remember getting cut there. If you know where he was cut, which is down the middle, in the middle of his thumb, right under the fingernail, right on that part, and the crease by his pinky, the crease in his palm by his pinky, he clearly hit a 2-sided blade. That's exactly the position that you would get those 2 cuts in. But he didn't even realize it, because he was, and
So the guy that was jumping him said, "You see my face, I gotta cut you."
Right, and he lunged at him with the knife. Eddie had.
So she said, by the cuts was a 2-sided blade. Excuse me. That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, you think that Eddie would grab a knife from somebody? I mean, at that age?
I mean, he might not know what he was doing, right?
Yeah.
Becky said, "Why would the person that jumped him say, 'You saw me, so I have to cut you'? How would that help the guy attacking him?" True. Thank you. This case is mind-blowing. Gives us all log gamers a positive forward go. Honored to be here. Thank you, Freebird. Ali M says, "Was the knife from her house recovered?" There was a knife recovered, she said. So we're going to talk about that right now. But it wasn't that knife.
Had to grab that blade because that's how he got cut, and then they ran away.
Okay, and how bad was that cut?
I think he got a couple of stitches, both in both of them, or maybe just in one of them. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't, the EMTs didn't even think he needed to go to the doctors, the hospital.
And Eddie's saying this at 15 years old. He's telling you all this back in 1995. Like he told you all this in 95. All right, so So now he goes inside Midnight Variety,
Right.
and he goes in there, and how does that take place? What happens there with the 911 call, whatever?
He walked in, and Walter, who was the owner, said, "You're white as a sheet. What happened to you?" And he said, "I just got jumped by these two guys." And then he looked at his hand, and he saw that his hand was cut. And they looked at his hand, and somebody handed him the phone. Somebody had called 911 and handed Eddie the phone. And Eddie just said, "Hi, I'm Edward O'Brien, and I was just jumped by these two kids, and I'm at Midnight Variety." And that's what the police showed up there. The EMTs showed up. They looked at his hand. They didn't think there was any problem with it. And the cops put him in the cop car and drove him home.
Now he had a white shirt on that everybody, it was an above the rim Nike shirt, correct? Everybody testified that it was the same shirt the whole day that he had on. He had no blood on his shirt.
Not a drop.
Now Adi was telling us before he went to Burger King, or between Burger King and Midnight Variety, there was a guy who testified in trial that he was in the backyard with a hose washing off himself.
That's not true. That's not. There was no. That story, I don't know where he got that story.
That never came up in court? That never came up in court?
Absolutely not. There was
that
a
never
guy
was in court.
That never was in court.
Never
what was in court was that the Reckleys next door had a hose that they filled up the baby pool with when they had their granddaughter there that day. But nobody ever suggested anybody use that hose.
So where did he get this? Where did he get this story from?
I have no idea where he got it, but I can tell you what was it's a guy named Stenopoulos or something like that, lived at the bottom of Hamlet Street, and he was interviewed by the state troopers. He said he saw a big guy jump over the fence behind his house going toward Union Square. And that would have been a cut through that elderly housing down there, some big tall apartment building or whatever. And he never said he saw him. There was never any testimony about a hose or any suggestion that this guy had a hose.
He says this in the court papers.
It's not in the court papers. I have the transcripts of the guy's testimony.
So okay, so the whole situation never happened. That never happened. That's bullshit.
That was never even suggested in testimony. Just that he saw this guy. What happened was that the troopers then said, "What time did you see this guy jump over the fence?"
Right.
And he said, "Oh, it was about 9:30."
Right.
Whatever he said. And they looked at his clock, and his clock was off. And so they called time 411. Remember, you used to be able to call that.
Yeah, New England telephone time will be.
Yeah. And the guy's clock was 20 minutes off.
Hold on. It was 637 1 2 3 4 5, right? Something like that. 637 1 2 3. God damn.
It was TIME, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
Nestle.
Nestle. It was Nestle. There we go. Yeah, we're going all the way back now, people. We're taking it all the way back. Let's go.
Anyway, so the guy was wrong because his clock was 20 minutes off.
So it was 10 p.m., but it was impossible to be him at 10 p.m. Is that what you're trying to say?
Whatever he told, I'm not saying the time. I don't know what time the guy testified to. I can look it up. But whatever the time was would have been good for their timeline. But it was lousy because it was 20 minutes different. It was like, no, he said 10 and it was really 10:20.
Wow.
It was long after it had been taken home.
So now he goes back to his house. They take him back to his house. The police confront his father or whatever. They drop him off. And now his grandfather, who, you know, like you said, used to be the police chief, said, "You need to go to the hospital and get that checked out," right?
He said, "You need to get a tetanus shot."
Tetanus shot.
Yeah. And so
now
his uncle took him up. His father was still with the police and dealing with what he had found when he came on the scene and all that stuff.
So he goes to the hospital, and what takes place over there? Like, what happens? How does the police end up at the hospital? You know, now he's got a stab wound, a slice or whatever.
They're fixing his hand. Mm-hmm. They're stitching up his hand and cleaning up his hand, and troopers show up and they say, "Can we talk to your son?" And the family thinks it's that he's there about the mugging. They didn't know that he was being interviewed as a suspect. I mean, nobody said that. But the minute that Tom Riley heard those two calls in such proximity, he said, "That's our guy." And he sent them up there. And then they asked, and Ed and Big Ed were both very cooperative. Ed left the room and left him alone with his uncle, let them do what they wanted to do. Now, what I want to make clear is that the blood, they found one very, very small drop of blood on his leg where the scratches were. And there was no DNA done of that blood. It was only blood typing. And it was consistent with her type of blood. Okay. It never got DNA'd. It was never confirmed that it was Janet's blood. It was consistent with her blood type.
Oh,
only. That's all it showed.
It was consistent with her blood type. Consistent. It wasn't her blood type on his leg.
Everybody in that house had AB blood, including Artie Ortiz.
Everybody in the house had AB blood. Everybody in Janet Down's house.
Everybody.
No, I mean, that's
all the
big.
kids, the husband, Janet, and Artie all had AB blood.
They all had it. Okay, so now the police ask them a bunch of questions, and then how do they end up now? What happens now? You say that Riley is in the mix. He hears the two calls, so now he starts putting his plan together, right? So to speak. And so what happens? Like, when do they finally come and arrest them? And how they behind the scenes after you read the transcripts, the police reports? Let me just ask you this: when did I don't want to jump ahead, but I think this is right in the pocket. When does Gina in Virginia make the statements about Artie? Do they say that in that time, in that space? Like, when do they get interviewed to make the statements that they said that Janet was afraid of Artie, and then Virginia said that she seen Artie out in front of the house when she put Ryan in the car. Ryan went inside the police car, and she said that Artie was popped up and was right there. And Artie saying last night that he never seen Virginia at all that night.
Right.
So when did they make those statements?
Tom Riley never interviewed Virginia Reckley, who was in the house, who was one of the people that found her. He never interviewed Barry Reckley, and he never interviewed Gina Mahoney.
So their testimony comes after.
He refuses. No, Gina Mahoney called the detectives for 6 months saying, "I've got information. Come and interview me." And they said, "We have everything we need."
Oh, man.
They knew what she was going to say. They had everything we needed. And Virginia Reckley, that's only cumulative information. We know what she's going to say. So Virginia Reckley's statement was taken right before the adult trial.
Okay.
That's the only time she was interviewed, was right before the adult trial. Tom Riley interviewed her. Regina Mahoney was never interviewed by the police. She wrote, that's why her statement was handwritten. But yes, she was saying this the night of.
But they tried to get the third party culprit in, and he wouldn't let it in. Gainley, right? He wouldn't let the third party culprit in. He wouldn't let Gina's testimony in. He said it was hearsay, right, Regina?
The Gailey would not let it into the transfer hearing, right? And it could have gotten in to the adult hearing. That was not Judge Gailey at the adult trial, except that his attorney screwed that up. The judge was inclined to let her testify as to state of mind. Janet had spent 9 hours with Gina that day. 9 hours. 9 hours before she died.
Damn. Yep.
The same day she died, and she had relevant information, and he was going to let it in. And he said, if this is in proximity to her death, I'll let it in. And his attorney screwed it up and said, no, I think it was a week before that or something. He got the facts wrong. And so the judge said, well, I'm not going to let that in then. That was Bob George's mistake. or it would have come in.
Guilty Gailey.
No, it wasn't guilty Gailey. That was not the judge at the adult trial.
So guilty Gailey is the one in the transfer hearing. He was in the juvenile court. So,
he's the one who sent him up to adult.
Yeah. So yeah, he sent them up to the adult court, but they tried to get it in. He wouldn't let Regina in on the transfer hearing about the third party culprit, and then it goes to Superior Court, and now they're like, all right, we're not going.
They did argue third party culprit,
but he wasn't. But he said it's the same situation. It's parallel to what's going on with the Karen Reed case, because they argued it to get certain things in, and they said nah. But like you said, the state of mind. They said okay, if it's close to the state of mind, we'll let it in. Right. And then you're saying that the lawyer messed up and had the wrong timeline, so they didn't let it in.
Exactly.
Wow.
That happened at a lobby conference. I didn't know that, but the lobby conferences are all in transcripts too. They had lobby conferences every morning, and that's where I learned all of this stuff. I didn't know, for instance, that the DNA under Janet's fingernails excludes Ed, but it has male DNA under there. Unknown
so let's speak to that. How the fuck does this happen, Margot? How does that happen?
Exactly.
How long you been practicing law for, sweetheart?
40 years.
40 years. What is going on? Can you talk? I mean, that's the smoking gun. She's got unknown DNA under her fingernails. You said it was a fight. She was fighting for her life, right? All across this house, right? And she got beat up really bad. Not only did she get stabbed, she got beat up really bad.
Yeah.
And the DNA excludes him. It's not his DNA.
No DNA found on her belongs to him. Unknown. And they chose not to run it through APHIS. They could have tried to run it through APHIS to see if they could get a match. They chose not to. They also did not compare it to anybody else's DNA. They only compared it to Ed O'Brien. They didn't compare it to Artie. They didn't compare it to Ed Sr., Paul Jr. They didn't compare it to anybody.
Wow.
They're also. And is that the reason why? Is that the reason why? Other than you knowing Eddie, regardless if I'm not saying that Eddie did it, but I'm saying let's just say hypothetically you did do it. You're a lawyer. I'm sure you had people that you fought for cases that you knew they were guilty, but you still had somewhat of a relationship with them, right? So that was my point. Is after finding out about that DNA, is that what did it for you?
I found that's one of the things I found. The parents didn't even know this. Ed and Tricia did not know that he had been excluded. Nobody knew it. Bob George didn't know it because he didn't read the report. So he never argued it to the jury.
They never argued that to the fucking jury.
No.
What?
No, you can't make this shit up.
God damn, Margot. This is crazy. I mean, just to listen back and listen to it again, man. It's crazy.
November 8th, 2025.
Down from day one. Welcome to Death Row.
I go by the name of J.F.K. if you didn't know.
And I go by Kevy Kev.
And we're here tonight. We're talking about the story of Eddie O'Brien, of course. R.I.P. Janet Downing. Holy shit, we got some turbulence in the chat. I thought we lost her for a little while. I'm glad she's back in full. Oh, God damn, it's turbulence.
Static Selector.
Yeah. Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
Static Selector.
Yeah. Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
Static Selector.
Yeah. Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
For the statements and the arraignments, and it's getting stranger and stranger. Lockdown Boston, we in danger, in danger. Pressure is cooking in the chambers. Feel my anger, feel my anger. And tell the commish some gamble and some fish. It's the action, it's the risk, man. Ain't this a bitch? Politics, a big block party at the mall, national news and all that other shit. Yeah.
Static Selector.
That's the sound that I want to eat.
Ladies and gentlemen. What up, man? We're just fighting that's all. Let's go.
I just wanna chill and twist the lie. Catch stunts in my 745. You drive me crazy,
Signs
shawty.
up for Nate
I
Gallagher.
need
Let's
to
go.
see you and feel you next to me. I provide everything you need, and I like your smile. I don't wanna see you cry. Got some questions that I gotta ask, and I hope you can come up with the answers, baby. Girl, hey, it's easy to love me now. Hey, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? It's easy to love me now. Now, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? If I fell off tomorrow, would you still love me? If I didn't smell so good, would you still hug me? If I got locked up and
let's go, people.
It's to a quarter century. Could I count on you to be there to support me mentally? If I went back to a hoopty from a Benz, would you poof and disappear like some of my friends? If I was hit and I was hurt, would you be by my side? If it was time to put in work, would you be down to ride? I get out and peel a brother cap, chill and dry. I'm asking questions to find out how you feel inside. If I ain't rap cause I flip burgers at Burger King, would you be ashamed to tell your friends you're feeling me? In the bed if I use my tongue, would you like that? If I wrote you a love letter, would you write back? Now we could have a little drink, you know, a nightcap, and we could go do what you like. I know you like that, girl. It's easy to love me now. Oh, now would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? It's easy to love me now. Woo. Would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? Now would you leave me if your father found out I was thugging? Do you believe me when I tell you you the one I'm loving? Are you mad cause I'm asking you 21?
A lot of cartoon characters.
God damn.
Thank you, Nan. Appreciate you. Glad to see you back. Back like you never left. Man, so they never argued it. He never even read the report, his lawyer. And then his lawyer 5 years later, ladies and gentlemen, his lawyer 5 years later, went to jail.
Yeah, what was it, like embezzlement or something?
Yeah. Is Adi still in the chat?
Adi, you out there?
Money
Adi.
Yeah, he's still here. What up, Adi? We got Nan in the chat. I don't know. Did you talk to Jay about the DNA with you said I don't know if you agreed to it or not. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but I guess Jay said he talked to you about potential giving your DNA to Nan if she paid for it, or you just inquired about like what was it all about. And listen, man, you can't pile on Adi in the chat. This is not what this is about. This channel is not biased towards Eddie O'Brien. It's not biased towards Adi. You know, we don't. There's a lot of things to get past. You know, you got to get past the fact that he never said he was in the house, and then he said he was in the house. Got to get past that fact. There's a lot of things, you know, that Margot said, and there's a lot of things that Adi said. Adi made a point. He said, "With someone guilty, if someone was guilty, would they come on your show unless they was a psychopath?" You know, Adi came up here. He got no problem, and they already have Adi's DNA. What do you say? At this point, I'm not sure because I don't know who's going to get it. I mean, Nan's a professional woman. I mean, Adi, listen, I'm not pushing you to do that, Adi. Like I said, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable in the chat, and I don't want nobody piling on Eddie. I mean, that's not what we do here. You can have an opinion, right? And I'm sure Adi can respect that you guys have an opinion on what you might feel based on, but you can't say Artie did it. You know what I mean? We do know there's DNA underneath her fingernail that never was tested. And I'm sure that Adi wants it tested too. He said run it. The other live stream, he said run it, right? I seen him in the
Yeah.
chat. He said, go ahead and run it.
And
So I
that
mean, he's
that's
agreeing with running it too.
And that DNA that's under her nail is it's an unknown male.
It's an unknown man. It doesn't say,
Male. Yeah, it does. I mean, well, I heard that when I heard Margot
it's been
talking
hate.
about it.
It's been hate from your people. Well, I just want you to know that I'm the one that's speaking on this, and I try my best to moderate it, right? And to speak on it. Like you see me jumping in and always saying that's not what I'm trying to curate. I'm trying to speak to the facts. I think we're all in agreement that there's DNA, an unidentified male underneath her fingernails. But the question is, there's a lot of things that, we got both sides, right, Adi? Like it's a debate. So far, it doesn't look like you're winning. That's all that is. But that's not factual about as far as it's saying that you're a murderer, because that's not a fact. So I'm here to set the record straight. That's not factual at all that Artie killed Janet Downing. That's not a fact. Nobody here, as much as you have an opinion about it, you can't say that's factual. And we're not going to push facts on feelings. Like if you have a feeling that he might have done it, that's cool, but it's not factual. We're here about the facts. So Adi, I hope that clears that up, bro. You know what I'm saying? But that's how it is when you're talking about something. And I don't want you to feel fucked up, man. I want you to know that that's not what I'm trying to do to set you up. But I got questions too, though, Adi. You know what I mean? I got questions too. We talked to and keep in mind it's 30 years ago, right? It's a long time ago. Can we all agree on that? God damn.
Yeah.
Does that just mean everybody that was there during that time? That just means we are all getting old. His airness is on your side. And there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that are on your side, Adi. Man, there's a lot of people that are in here that says, nah, Eddie O'Brien did it. And I'm not shutting them down. And I have questions like in his appeal period, like let's just say it like this. And I want to be clear, and I don't want nobody to take this wrong, because it's a very, very touchy subject, right, Kev?
It definitely is.
Because the murder was so gruesome, right? And like I said, you can't compare one murder to another murder. You can't do that, right? You can't say, well, John O'Keefe's murder was this way and her murder was worse, right? You really can't compare it. Death is death, taken from us too soon. A murder is a murder, right? But this situation is so personal, right? And it's old and it's opening up wounds, right? And I just want to say that if this evidence was presented in his case in 1997, there's a chance by the interest of justice, by just the way the law works, there was reasonable doubt for him to walk in 1997. Now, if he gets an appeal and they let it in, and they let all this stuff in that they didn't mention back then, he could walk. Now, does that mean not guilty? Does that mean innocent? Be clear. Does not guilty mean innocent? No, it does not mean he's innocent. I haven't got there yet. JFK has not got to innocent yet. Now, do I think that he has reasonable doubt based on everything that I see, and that should maybe get him a not guilty? I would hate to say yes, because it's such a gruesome thing and poor Janet. But based on what I've seen, there's reasonable doubt that he might not have done this. So in the interest of justice, you got to let him go on reasonable doubt, right? So it's such a catch-22 because it's so gruesome. But does that make him innocent? No, I'm not there yet. Karen Reed, I was there, innocent. I don't believe that she killed John O'Keefe. I don't believe that she hit him with the car. I was there on innocent. But I also said that even if you hate Karen Reed and you thought she did it, there was way too much reasonable doubt And she would have to walk, whether you hate her or love her, whether you think she did it or she didn't. And that's the same situation. And I don't think poor John O'Keefe out there in the cold and poor Janet getting stabbed, I don't think one's better or one's worse, should I say, than the other. I don't think that, but it's just such a personal thing. And it's the player in the game, Eddie O'Brien, being 15 years old, just a young kid, and it's like it was a tragedy for his family. He's such a young kid, and he's such, and then there's another side of it. Did he do his time? Right? So if he did do it, did he do his time? Does he deserve to get out? He did it when he was 15. So there's that argument too. So there's a lot of tentacles attached to it, right? So it's very tough to talk about. But I'm not there that he's innocent yet. I just want to be clear. I'm not there. I'm just not 100% there because I don't know enough about all the evidence broken down from I got to have Nan. Nan, she's been going through some shit lately, but when Nan gets her hands on this and goes through it, and I can have somebody that I talk to that I'm comfortable with that can break it down to me like, hey, this is all the evidence, JFK. This is everything. This is how I'm going to break it down, and this is what it is. And I can really look at it. But I can't get over that. Why didn't he say he was in the house? I just don't. That kind of messes me up. But then again, he was 15 years old. But then again, Chisholm out in Danvers was 14. And look what he did. So, I mean, there's just so many tentacles attached, man. It's so touchy. I'm just not 100% there. But tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. What you talking about tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night, we're going to have the O'Briens, Mom Dukes, and Eddie Sr. They're coming on the show.
And I'm sure they're going to be able to tell me things that I don't know. And to make me, I mean, at the end of the day, run the DNA. Run the fucking DNA. You run the DNA, you find out who did it. I mean, that's what clears them. That's what makes me say, I got to know how strong. What is the issue with the DNA? Is it that simple that they didn't just run it? Like, there's got to be an argument why they didn't run it, right? That's where I'm stuck. I'm stuck that, like, and let me throw it to Nan, because Nan's out there. Yeah, run the DNA. Like, is it that simple, Nan, that they found the DNA and they didn't compare it? They compared it to him. It didn't come back to his, and they just never ran it through, what is it, AFIA, right? They didn't run it through that, and that's the bottom line. Is that simple, or the DNA is not strong enough? I mean, I don't know. Like, if it's that simple, then he didn't do it. If it didn't come back to him, it's under her nails. Then he didn't do it. Then I got to be on the side that he didn't do it. I'm trying to understand. That's the pot. Like, how the hell does that slip by? That's the corruption. And if that is what it is, if I have someone like Nan look into it, I got Margot. I got to believe her. 40 years. That's what she said. I got to believe her. So, and then I'm going to listen to the parents tomorrow night. And if I come to the conclusion that's all this is this DNA just didn't get ran in 1995, then I would have to say he's innocent. I would have to say that. At that point, it didn't come back to him, the fingernails. There's no blood on his sneakers. There's no blood on his shirt. But unless Thomas Riley could tell me himself why he just decided not to run that DNA, and there's a catch to it, if there's another layer to it. Because, even with the Karen Reed case, I was always waiting for that other layer. You know what I mean? They always said they had that smoking gun, right? Like, we got a video of her doing it, this and that. And you're always waiting for that other layer. Even when Higgins called, when this comes out, right, that she actually did it, you're waiting for that other layer. There was no other layer. So I got to give the benefit of the doubt. Is there another layer? And if there's not, and that's all this is DNA under her fingernails, unidentified, never matched up with Eddie, then he didn't do it. And then it goes from what happened in the summer of 1995 to Eddie got framed in the summer of 1995. But I can't put that out yet because of the sensitivity of what happened to Janet. I refuse to disrespect Janet like that until I know 100% that that's all it is. because of Janet, not because of Artie, not because in her family, but more so because of Janet. But if that's what it is, then I'm doing it for Janet. Because then Janet didn't get justice. So now it goes from you got the wrong person and Janet never got justice. So it's something to think about. Does that make sense?
It makes total sense, man. It makes total sense. I mean, the DNA under the fingernail is I mean, that would be a total change in this case. You know?
I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I just, that would, that would open this case up for a reinvestigation. I mean, I think that's what it needs anyways.
I mean, yeah, it would. But in the meantime, like real talk, I wanted to open it up, right? I want his appeal to go through. But as far as perception goes, as far as what I could do on YouTube, then that's what it turns to. It turns to J.F.K, the guy who talks about justice for Jigga, the guy who was free Karen Reed, talked about the waterfall video in Higgins, the guy who went head to head because of wiretaps, just standing on what's right. And at that point, if I find out and 100% all it is the DNA, it goes from what happened in the summer of 1995 to Eddie O'Brien was framed in the summer of 1995. I think people got to understand the difference, because once I lock into that and that's what it is, then that takes on it's a whole other level, because now you're advocating that, yeah, she got stabbed 98 times, but he didn't do it. Now the question is, who did it? And just because I think that he was wrongfully convicted, if that ends up being the case, that still doesn't mean I think that Artie did it. But there's third-party culprit. So it's, what are you doing looking for a key? You said, the question that I have for Artie is, you said you didn't know. Artie, you want to come up and talk for a second? You want to have a conversation? I mean, it's up to you, Artie, man. Like I said, I don't want to pile on the guy. You know what I mean? Because it's not fair to him. I don't want to pile on the dude. I really don't. I don't. He doesn't run a YouTube channel. Like, he can't fire back. Like, it's not right to pile on somebody. You know what I mean?
No, but I mean, he's respectful and
Nah, he's good. He don't want to come on. Do you mind answering a couple of questions in the chat, Adi, if I throw some questions at you? Go ahead, talk to the people, man. You wanted to talk. Go ahead, man. Take the mic. Say what you want. Got to meet them goals. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just
thank you, Miss 808.
It's for where we are right now with this case,
right, E-Pags?
It's open some doors to just really look at, and kind of, break them down a little bit. I don't think really, I personally, I don't think this investigation was thoroughly done right at all. And, we can clearly see, at that time, 1995, there was a lot of politics involved and trying to pass laws and it's crazy how the system will do whatever it has to do to make a statement and push forward with their agenda.
Adi, let me ask you this question. Did you ever take a shower? Did you ever take a shower at the Hood? At the Hood ice cream place? around the time of what was up with the blood inside the shower
At the Hood
at
Ice
the
Cream Factory.
Hood Ice Cream Factory? There was blood. Margot's in the chat. I haven't even seen it yet. Margot, you still here? Oh, there she is. Margot's right here. Cat hears. What up, Margot? Margot's here. Peace signs up for Margot, everybody. Everybody throw the peace signs up for Margot Nash. Margot Nash, very intelligent woman. Her book's out right now, Politics of Murder, on Amazon. There's 392 people. At least 50 of you guys, go buy that book. Go buy it. Get hip to it. Margot is an intelligent woman. She's doing this because of the interest of justice. Period, point blank, end of the story. These lawyers, there's different type of lawyers out there. She's one of them. The Alan Jacksons, the Yanettis, the Nans, Margot Nash. These are the lawyers that are just all about justice and how the law works. Period. Point blank. End of the story. This is a woman you want on your side when the system is trying to lock you the fuck up. That's who you want on your side. Point blank. And that's all she wants is a new trial. That's it. That's it. So if 50 of you guys go buy that book tonight, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it for Margot Nash. Please. Peace signs up for Margot. We got peace signs up for Margot everywhere.
That's right.
I'm gonna have to ask that question again to Eddie. I mean,
hold on now. Something's
Adi.
up. Something's up there.
I don't see it. I got peace signs everywhere. I'm reading it as we speak. What the duck? Thank you, What the Duck. I want to thank all my mods tonight. What the Duck making changes.
He said he
Norman Corey, Natalie.
We didn't have showers at the Hood.
Well,
and he said he wasn't there anyways.
Was there blood in the bathroom area in the Hood? Did you ever hear that story? Did you ever get confronted with that? Yeah, you wasn't there, but didn't your brother work there or something like that, and they used to let you in? Is that what happened? I mean, is that like something you heard around that time? For the overtime you guys are putting in, trying to figure out what happened the night since Tom Riley couldn't be bothered. Thank you, Becky. Adi said he wasn't there at the time. Well, yeah, he wasn't there, but his brother worked there.
Never.
Your brother never worked there? Or your friend? Never? All right. Let me see if I got the question wrong.
Oh, you said yes, he did. So your brother did work there. My two brothers did, he said.
Your two brothers worked there, but you just said no, they didn't. So they never let you in, and they found, and there was blood in the bathroom. I don't know if it was the showers. That might be wrong. There was blood in the bathroom. You never heard why before the case. It was before the case? Are you sure about that? You got to love. I mean, it's all good. Never. All right. That's cool. Let me ask you this. So when you pulled up, right, Adi? You said you didn't see Virginia and Gina, right? You didn't see them together? You never seen Virginia and Gina together? You left before the case, but your brothers were still there, correct? Was your brother still working there, though? Yeah, your brothers were still there. So there you go. So the word on the street is, Adi, just to let you know, I'm sure you heard this before. The word on the street is they used to let you in because they gave you a key or something, and there was blood in the bathroom after you left around the time of the murders. Did you ever hear anything about that? I'm muted? I ain't
No.
muted.
You're good.
That's bull. All right. I'm just saying that's what someone sent to me, Adi. I don't know. So Adi, can you agree?
It was
You
it
did.
was it was about Gina and Virginia.
You never seen Virginia and you never seen Virginia, Reckley, and Gina together that night. You never seen them together. Thank you, Lieutenant Dance. No, but you seen Ryan in the police car. The first time you seen Gina is when you walked across the street. Is that what you're saying? All right. And you never seen Virginia that night, you said, right? That's what you're telling us. You never seen Virginia that night. No, I seen her husband Barry. Okay. But you never seen her. Wouldn't you have seen her? Where'd you see Barry? Did you see Barry in front of the house? On the sidewalk in front of the house? But you didn't see Virginia. And now you don't want to give your DNA. Is that what you're saying tonight on here too? You don't want to give your DNA? Gina's husband is Arthur, who passed away 10 years ago, yes. No, lots of people there don't remember everyone. No, lots of people there don't remember everyone. So you don't remember Gina and Virginia right there consoling little Ryan while you were looking for a key. I'm not going to call him. He doesn't want to come on, Lisa. He doesn't want to come on. That wouldn't be nice to call him. Right? We still getting down to it. He's still there. That's him. He's still taking his time to write in the chat. And I appreciate it. I mean, he already called in. Shady if he got nothing to hide. Well, he already called in. He was already in the car. Then I went to Gina's porch. And the ambulance was not there when you showed up. It's all right, Adi. Don't worry about it, buddy. Don't worry about it. I'm cool with this. I'm cool with talking to you like this. It's fine. I'm just trying to remember what they said and what you're saying. That's all. All right, the ambulance wasn't there. So let me ask you this: when we first initially talked, you said that you don't know it could have been a Dodge, right? When we first initially talked, you said that the cab could have been a Dodge, right? And now you're saying it was a Crown Vic, right?
Said he reached out to a friend. He wrote something
I
that
missed it.
yeah, it's up there. He said he reached out to a friend that still drives or drove for the. I'm looking for it now.
He didn't answer that question yet.
Yeah, he says I reached out to a friend who was driving back then, and it was a Crown Vics and Chryslers, some type of Chrysler.
Yeah, a Chrysler fucking Volare, piece of shit,
With no fucking AC.
with no AC. But you were in the Crown Vic.
A
But let me say this:
fucked up starter.
you don't
Fucking
remember
slant
being in
shit.
that Crown. You don't remember being in that Crown Vic. Wouldn't you remember being in the Crown Vic? What year did they get the Crown Vics? Was that the first year they got the Crown Vics? 1995. I would assume that was the first year they got the Crown Vic. They got the police cruiser. It wasn't just a regular Crown Vic. It was a retired police car. Correct? Am I missing shit in the chat? I never seen that one he wrote that you just said.
So
I mean,
the other question I got is
no,
that
don't
if he,
no. Don't answer another question. I want to answer that question right there. I want that question answered. It was a retired police cruiser, correct? It was early 90s. No, it was 1995, the first year. To your knowledge, prior to that, did you drive a Crown Vic?
yes,
Okay. So it was a retired police car. So you don't remember being in the retired police car going down? Were they fast cars? They had posi rear ends. They were real fast. The ACs blew real cold, correct? The AC compressor was heavy duty. Everything about these cars was built heavy duty because they were made to sit and run and just be
on
reliable
idle. Yeah, on
on
idle.
idle.
Like a cabbie sitting at fucking Salt Station, fucking idling for fucking 4 hours. Yes.
I'm gonna let you get your question. All right, Kev. Just give me a second, bro. So I'm going somewhere with this. I know it's a slow process what we're doing, but
Now
I'll
he
let you run.
answered yes.
So okay, it was a fast car. So the ACs was blowing cold as shit. That's why you were so fresh and so clean when you rolled up to the spot. But you don't remember flying up that highway in that car. You didn't know the difference between a Crown Vic and a Chrysler. You was a cab driver for 10 years and you didn't know the difference between a fucking Interceptor 5.0 Crown Vic between a Dodge. Because when we first talked, you didn't know if it was a Dodge or a Crown Vic. And then you say you made an illegal U-turn. You don't remember making that illegal U-turn in a 5.0 police Interceptor? I'm sure that shit probably caught some tail.
Whoop.
You don't remember that?
They had a sound to him, man.
I'm looking on my computer. I could do that on my phone, Natalie. Thank you. I could do that.
Yes, he said.
So you do remember that. So why did you not know it was a Crown Vic from the jump? Why'd you say it was a Chrysler when we first talked? Thank you, Natalie. Yes, I did slow. What did he say? I did slow. What? That's not working for me, Natalie. The channel activity, like it's not coming in real time. I'd have to click out, come back. I don't know shit about cars, but you don't know the difference about. You don't know the difference, but that would be the car you would want, right? You would want the fast car. So if you had the choice to pick the Chrysler or the Crown Vic, what would you pick? Isn't that like picking a fucking Regina slice of pizza to a slice of pizza at 7-Eleven? I mean, it's like night and day. You can either have Santapios or a 7-Eleven slice of pizza. Which one you picking? And if you were flying down 93 to get to a scene that your family was, I like pizza too, man.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have a taxi cab driver answer that question because they lived out of corner stores and shit, you know.
No, but I'm saying I'm just making a point, man. That's the difference between a fucking a Chevy Equinox and a LX 570. You know what I mean? You could buy a Chevy, whatever they gave me. So you don't know there was a difference between a Chrysler and a Crown Vic. You don't know the difference between a police cruiser, because that's what it is. It's a police cruiser. You wouldn't know the difference between that and a fucking Chrysler. That's what you're telling us. And you were a taxi driver for 10 years. That's what you're telling us. Because if you were driving the Chrysler, we can almost guarantee that Chrysler didn't have AC. If you were driving the Crown Vic, I probably would agree with you. It probably did have the AC because it's a police cruiser and it's got the AC compressor probably will run to 300,000 miles because it was made to do so. Chrysler downside in the 90s. Cops didn't use Chrysler. They used Dodge Diplomat, Chevy Caprice, and Ford Crown Vics. I don't ever remember seeing a Chrysler as a fucking police car in Boston ever. I don't ever remember seeing that. They were always Crown Vics. I think once in a while they had a Taurus. They would have undercover Tauruses. But other than that, I never see it. It was always Crown Vics.
Yep.
All right. So let me ask you this. So, all right, that's what you're saying. That's fine. Right? Because I talked to Gina, and Gina said that the same thing I said. I remember them green cabs. They had Chryslers. Right? To me, they looked like the Plymouth Volare. They were old Chryslers. They were held together by duct tape. It had AC. Yeah, the Crown Vic did, but I guarantee that Dodge, if you had a Dodge, it didn't. Because Dodges are pieces of shit, especially them years, they sucked. But that's just my opinion. I mean, it could have had AC, but I would assume it didn't. They all had them. All of them, they were from Florida. All right. The ones that I seen didn't look like they were from. I mean, all it takes is 3 years to be in Boston. It doesn't make a difference if that shit's in Florida. 3 years in Boston, man, that salt's gonna eat that car up, man, and spit it out.
Junk.
It's not like they come down from Florida and they're immune to Boston.
They were junk. Those cars were junk. That's why it was thrown in an auction fucking pile and got sent down to Boston.
They were smart. The Crown Vic, that platform of Crown Vics, even to this day, Crown Vics, Mercuries, like they're good platforms. The Lincoln Town cars, they run forever. And that's why they use them for like livery service, and you still see them on the road to this day. But okay, that's here no there. But when you were looking for the key, right? When you were looking for the key, you would know the difference between the key, right? Because the key, if it was a Chrysler, it would have a Chrysler sign on it or a Dodge sign, and a Ford key would have the Ford sign, right? So when you were looking for the key, asking people you found a key, you would say, "Did you find a Ford key?" Right? You wouldn't just say, "Did you find a key?" Right?
Well, Yeah, like
And
if he lost a set of keys in that yard and he's looking for him and the cop
well, he
says,
said,
hey.
hold on. He said he didn't lose him in the yard, though. Remember that. He said he never said he lost him in the yard. That's what they're saying. They're saying that he was in the yard. He's saying I never was in the yard. Remember that, right? They got rid of the smaller cars. Okay, but you would know the difference between a Ford key and a Chrysler key, right? And if you lost it and you were asking people you found the key, you would know the difference between, it would say Ford on it. F-O-R-D. Have you driven a Ford lately? Right? You would know the difference between that key, right?
Yeah, because that key would have a black fucking, thumb grip. And that Chrysler would be a little silver, look like a little silver key, like a triangle.
They all look the same. The Ford, that little square Ford, it said F-O-R-D. So if you were looking for the key, you would say, did anybody find the key? Well, everybody would say back then, well, what did it say on the key? They would say what it would say on the key. Everybody would say that in 1995. I don't know where that key is even today. Okay, but when you were asking to find it, I'm sure everybody asked you, what is the key? Because if they find a house key, that's not the key. If they find a Chevy key, that's not the key. If they find a Chrysler key, that's not the key. If they find a Mitsubishi key, that's not the key. If it's a Datsun key, that's not the key. Oh, by the way, if it was a Porsche key, that's not the key. Would you believe it? If it was a fucking Lamborghini right there on Boston Street, that wouldn't be the key. It would be a Ford. That's the key you were looking for, right, Adi? A fucking Ford key? That's what you would say? Am I fucking tripping? Am I on fucking cloud nine? Did I not grow up in 1995, Adi? Am I fucking bugging? Like, come on, you would have said a Ford key, right? How about a Beamer key? A Mercedes key? It would have been stamped with 42 on it. Bro, what do you mean? The key itself would have had 42 on it?
What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about, Will?
Now the world don't move to the beat of just one drum.
What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about?
Okay, so if they stamped it with 42, since you're saying they stamped their own keys with 42, okay, let's stay there then. Then that would mean if they went out of their way to make their own key and stamp it with 42, wouldn't they make a backup key?
Of course they would. We talked about this.
So you're saying they stamped your key with 42. So which means is they made one 42 key. Wouldn't they make another 42 key? So you're saying you don't even know what the name of the thing was. Conveniently, you're saying that it said 42, so you wouldn't say it was a Ford, because when you first initially came in to this chat, you said, I don't know what the cab was, but it had AC. And then I said, well, if it was a Dodge and it was a shitbox, it probably would. And then you said, no, it was a Crown Vic, it would. But then you would probably remember a Crown Vic, an Interceptor, because you're driving down the fucking highway, 93. You feel like a Massachusetts state trooper. You're flying. It's an Interceptor. You hit the gas, it goes. The four barrels open up, an 8-cylinder. Boom, 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 posse rear end. You're gone. You're fucking history. Look at me. I'm flying. It's me. It's Adi. I'm a cop. I'm not a cab driver. I'm a fucking police officer. You're flying. Did you eat a jelly donut? Did you stop? Did you get the jelly? Did you get the fucking honeydew? What type of donuts do you like? Did they have? What type of jellies they have back then? Was the jelly different in '95? I think the jelly might have been a little different.
Yeah, it had less red dye.
Ah, Jesus.
Is it the red dye?
I mean, the problem with Adi is he's trying to like, and Adi, it's nothing but respect. But I mean, bro, you're talking to someone that was there. I lived the same time frame as you, bro. I was there. So you're saying now it was stamped 42. The Ford would disappeared. The car key itself had no Ford on it. It just said 42. That is perfectly what you need to say. To say, okay, we're looking for the 42 key. That's why I didn't remember if it was a Crown Vic or a fucking Chrysler, because the keys just said 42. Okay, fine. So if that's the case and they stamp their own keys and they go out and make their own keys, they wouldn't just make one key, would they?
Nope.
They would have a backup key, wouldn't they?
Definitely. I mean, if Adi called in sick, or Adi ended up in the hospital, or Adi ended up getting arrested, they'd want to come and get their fucking car that's sitting in front of his house or sitting in front of the wherever.
This isn't a joke to me. Have a great night, guys. What do you mean? You're not answering the questions. I dig into you a little bit. Now you're getting upset. You don't want to answer the question. You don't want it. So they got the blue 42. They got the key. But now you're saying, Adi, don't go. It's not a joke. You're just not answering. Every time I ask you something, you're saying that there's a reason why you didn't know it was a Crown Vic. I just can't understand someone who's a cab driver. In that space and time, you have a fleet of cabs. You got the shitty cabs over here, and you got the old police cruisers over here. What would you want to drive?
Yeah,
You would want to drive. You would want to drive the good ones, right?
He's not a newbie either. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's been driving cab for 19 years. When those new cabs come in,
Hold
they're
on.
going to give them out to the.
All right. So they made 7 keys. So let me ask you this, Adi. They made 7 keys. Okay, cool. And I apologize, right? I apologize. I'm just trying to understand. You didn't say a Ford key. I just don't understand, like, that you don't know a difference between a Crown Vic and a Dodge. Okay, that's just, it's the same way. And let's be clear, Adi, the same way I can't get over Eddie O'Brien not saying he was in the house is the same way I can't get over that you didn't know a Crown Vic from a Dodge. So that's all. That's it. It's nothing personal. I just don't understand. And maybe you don't. And maybe Eddie was scared. I don't know. What's the cab got to do with this case? Well, the question is okay, so all right, let's just stay there. So now you get the car towed, right? You towed the cab. Where'd you tow the cab to? She's not a fan of the car talk. Sorry, Margot. We didn't mean to make you feel bad. We didn't mean to make anybody feel bad. There's a reason for the car talk, though.
Back to base. He had it towed back to the base. That's what he said.
I'm sorry, Margot. I'm not trying to make you upset. I'm just trying to understand this whole taxi thing. You had it towed back to the base? Okay. But they made 7 keys. Why wouldn't they just come with a key? I understand, Margot. Live streaming gets funky sometimes. I'm sorry, Margot.
She got a lot of compassion with this case, man. She's been fighting it for 30 years, you know?
Right. Well, he said they made 7 keys and they got it towed. Does that really make sense?
No, it doesn't make sense. I mean, he could have called. He could have called. Let me tell you something. Those taxi cab stands, man. There's not only dispatchers sitting in that office. There's another driver sitting there. You know, I mean, they were hangouts, man. You know,
It was late? Wait a minute. So now you mean to tell me it was late for cabs? Cabs are a 24-hour business, right? Cabs don't close.
no.
You pick up the phone, you call the cab, they come. The garage was closed. So they didn't put the keys together just in case that might happen. You lock yourself out the car, and they needed it back at the so they would pay for the tow. They'd rather pay for that tow to get it. So what would be the difference if the car was on the street or the car was brought back to the garage? You know what I mean? Like the next day, they just pull up and get it. If the garage, like, why save the money? I mean, taxi drivers, they don't make enough money as it is. You know what I mean? Why spend money on a tow? Did that tow money
Come out of your pay.
tow back to tow back? Garage was closed. Yeah, did that tow though come out of your pay?
I mean, word was is that he was kind of checking his pockets, saying, "Fuck, I'm fucked, man. This is fucked up. This is fucked up. Where's my key? I lost my key."
All right, I appreciate that he's answered the question. I apologize to Margot. How did you? Oh, Margot's back. Margot, I got nothing but love, Margot, and I got nothing but Adi, man, peace and love, man. I don't want to get off. I don't want to get off my shit. I just don't understand how you didn't know the difference between a diplomat and a Ford. That's my own pet peeve. My bad. I'm manic. I'm tripping out. I'm flying the airplane. We got 468 people. I can assure you, your pilot is in full control. We're on autopilot. My co-pilot's here. We have full control of the plane, and we're gonna get you to your destination. But now we know. Now we know. It said 42. It didn't say Ford. We know the garage was closed. Although they made 7 keys, they made 7. They made 7, but they didn't take one to keep in the office just in case one of the dudes might lose that one key that said 42. We'll just leave all 7 in the garage. Like, isn't that protocol when you're a dispatcher to have the keys just in case someone might lose the fucking key or lock themselves out? In 1995, there was no key fobs. That shit didn't have no alarm to it.
No, I mean, if he was in his cab and the cab broke down, somebody would get him another cab, man. I mean, it's just the garage ain't gonna hold the keys, anyways.
Margot Nass asked you, Adi, how did you get home without the cab? You want to answer that? Margot Nash, Adi, is asking you, how did you get home without the cab? Did Adi get the same number 42 the next day? 7? That's a good question, Lisa McDonald. I got you. Several, not 7. Okay, so they made like 3. Okay, my bad. But still, that's a lot of keys, bro. They didn't keep one in the office just in case you locked yourself out. I mean, that's part of like the job, right? Like, I don't know. I mean, I would think, but then again, that's cool. That's fine. You answered it.
No, I mean, I would say that's 7, man. A couple is 2, a few is 3.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
now
where we going with that?
several. He called another cab. All right. So speaking of calling another cab,
So they were open.
So they were open.
I mean, it wasn't too late to call another cab.
No, he said the garage wasn't open. Where the keys were at. Now, here's another question. Freebird got a question. Who called and told your wife that there was an accident over at, what was the number, Boston Street again?
71 Boston Street.
Thank you, Margot. I appreciate it. I'm sorry if I upset you. I keep forgetting that you're in the chat, and I know this means a lot to you. And and I'm not trying to disrespect little Eddie, Big Eddie, you or Adi or the family. It's just like this is one part of the case that it means something. I'm going somewhere with it. Trust and believe that. Yes, but not the garage. It was 24-hour service. Yeah, we got that. Who told your wife though that
there was an incident over there?
Chrissy, her grandfather was my Chrissy J, her grandfather was my boss. He's not going to answer that question. Who told your wife? About the incident that happened over there? What's that? I asked my ex today. It was Mary. What? Kerry, not Mary. Oh, it was Kerry who called you. So it was Janet's daughter. Well, there you have it. Kerry, the daughter, did it. That's Janet's daughter, the older one she had issues with. The one with the mental issues. Why wouldn't it be? Carrie Ann Calder. That's the daughter, right? The one with allegedly the mental issues that we heard. Oh my God, she didn't live there. Margot Nash didn't leave yet. I feel a little bit better to see Margot here. I felt like I don't want to disrespect this case. I want to hold it to the utmost level of respect. But hey, I'm human. Oh my God, she didn't live there. She didn't even live there, Adi. How did Kerry find out so soon? How did Kerry know so fast? Lisa McDonald's so confused. Thank you, Madeline. Everybody's asking Adi, how did she know so fast? Do you even have an answer to that? You probably don't, right? I would assume. Where is Kerry right now? Yeah, he doesn't have an answer for that. Thank you, Margot. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot coming from you. I feel so bad. I do not want to disrespect you at all. You put a lot of work into this, man, and I definitely would never want to and don't want to disrespect Eddie behind the walls either. Because, I'm sure Eddie ran a make on my license plate or who I am. And Eddie probably knows my real government by now. Because you know how it is inside. On the inside, they know more about shit going on the outside on the fucking inside. Don't ask me how they know, but they do. You know what I mean? So I'm sure Eddie knows who I am and knows a couple of people I might know. So it's all love. So I never want to disrespect little Ed. Regardless, he did 30 years. Whether he did this or he didn't do it, he did his time. And he's doing his time. He's paying his debt. So you got to respect that. Maybe someone there called her. I don't know. All right, so let's talk about it though. So now you go across the street and Gina says you smoked weed with her 17-year-old daughter and her 22-year-old daughter, right? He wants to talk to me. Cool. I want to talk to him too. I'm gonna hit him up on Corey links. I'm gonna get all that information. I'm gonna hit him on Corey links, and maybe I can get him on the phone if he could. I know it's a process. He got to take someone off the list. Maybe I can get him on the phone and we could talk. I mean, the crazy thing about it, me and Eddie met each other when we were both kids. I was 20, so 97, I was 21. Right? And he was fucking 17.
So
how crazy is that? But he probably don't remember because it was just like he was working in the kitchen. You know what I mean? And I said, what up, what up? Maybe he does. I don't know. But we did meet.
Now our question is that we were wondering why, so Adi goes across the street and he ends up smoking with the girls next door, Gina's daughters, and
one was 17 and one was
17, one was 20, 21, and our thoughts on that at this point in time, you're the uncle to these two boys next door that their mother just got murdered. And we were wondering why in our heads, like, why is this dude?
So, sorry, bro. Adi Ortiz said not her to the older daughters, not a 17-year-old. Yeah, but you did smoke with the 17-year-old because the 17-year-old who's now in her 40s is saying that you smoked with her too. So it is what it is. I mean, whatever, bro. You didn't know how old she was
30 years ago.
Yeah, we don't care about that. Like, you know what I'm saying? But whatever. If you didn't, you didn't. And we're not trying to ride you about that. We're just saying.
No,
we're trying to understand the point.
That.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's get beyond that.
Go ahead. You rock the mic, bro.
Our question is that, you're the uncle to Ryan and Paul. Something tragic just happened in their house. And you're bouncing around out in the street looking for your keys at this time, and you're going upstairs with the neighbors, 3rd floor, and you're not there, looking after your nephews.
Or it was a murder scene. I mean, what are we talking about?
Like, I think you'd be, with your nephew saying, hey, everything's going to be all right, man. We're going to find out what happened, man. I mean, Jay, you guys, hey, get over here. Where's your brother? Did he come back from the beach yet? How can we get in touch with him? You don't want the next kid walking into this, rolling up, with his friends coming from the beach, seeing, all the lights and shit. Or your wife. Why didn't you call a motherfucking cab and have your wife brought there?
Yeah, so that's something I mentioned last night, Adi. So you work for a cab company. Wouldn't you get a cab from her? Because them green cabs work in Malden and Medford. So I'm sure there was a green cab in that area because Malden, Medford, and Somerville are all right next to each other. Wouldn't you call one of your boys from the cab to go grab your wife to go get picked up to bring her to you, or you guys meet up? Like, why didn't you do that?
I mean, even if she had a car, you wouldn't want her driving.
No, but you're a cab. Like, that's the whole point of being a cab driver, right? Like, that's the plug, right? That's you got the ride on call anytime you want. Hey, you need a cab? I'll give you a call. I work for the cab. Cab drivers look out for each other. That's what they do. No problem. You need a ride? We'll get you one. And them green cabs stay in Malden too. They're out there. Some of them, Malden, Medford, it's all right there. They're back and forth all day. He said no. He said she was at the hospital. She went straight to the hospital. How'd she get to the hospital? I'm curious. Do you know? I don't know. And why didn't you go straight to the hospital? Why'd you care about that cab so much? If you knew they got several keys at the garage, what was the big deal? Why'd you have to get it towed up? I mean, couldn't you say, hey, couldn't you call them up and say, hey, something bad happened to my sister-in-law. I got to go to the hospital with my wife, and during this fuckery, I lost the key, and it's parked on this street. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Why'd you sit there and care about that cab so much?
Because he wanted to.
I'm just saying. I mean, they got keys, right? And you have the perfect excuse to say, listen, this just fucking happened. I'm sure they would understand. No? Wouldn't they understand? Wouldn't they understand that?
I mean,
wouldn't they understand that? Guys, it's getting kind of personal right now. Simple Key lost my wife, got a ride to the hospital. I was there at the scene. Have a great night, guys. No, you was there at the scene making sure your cab got to where it needed to get to because you need to have eyes on that cab. The question is, why did you need to have eyes on that cab? What do you care about that cab? That's not your fucking car. That's a fleet. It doesn't even belong to you. But you did say there's several keys, which means that someone would have access to that car. And what if now, did you get the same car the next day, number 42? And who just shared number 42 with? Who else wanted to drive the big, bad Crown Vic with the Interceptor? Who else wanted to drive 42? Is that the Route 42? I don't know. Is 42 the car to have? Number 42? Fuck 41, not 38, not 22, 42. The Interceptor. The Posse rear end, it's a better cab. It smells good. We take care of this. It's got the better stereo. Man, this is the whip. This is the ride. You're doing an 8-hour shift, 10 hours, 13. Fuck it. Let's do a 20-hour shift. And number 42. The question is, why do you got eyes on 42? Why would you care if the next man got to drive up the next day when he shows up to work? And you said it was close. The garage and so Green's cab was close to Boston Street. Google Boston Street and Green cab. I'll just say it in the chat. How far is Green cab if it's in the same place? I don't know if it's in the same place. Norman Corey would know if it's in the same place still. But at the time, was Green cab next to Boston Street? Because if it was, the cab drivers pull up, right? And they either walk up. Most of them walk. Most of them don't even have cars. Most of these cab drivers, they don't even have whips, right? You know what I mean? Like they pull up. Or they take another cab too. It's like a pilot and shit. You ever get on a plane and there's a pilot in the seat next to you? He's just hitching a ride. So what would be the big deal for you to let the other cab driver just walk up the street or take another cab to Boston Street in the morning and take off with the cab? Was there anything in the cab that you needed? Anything you left behind in the cab? Do they check the cab before they get in the cab? Do they go in the back and make sure no one dropped their wallet? Go in the trunk? Make sure no one left something in the trunk, like a jacket, lost and found, like a bloody shirt, a bloody sneaker, bloody gloves? I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying. Why did you give a fuck about that taxi, Adi?
Yo. Summer of 1995, hot night in July. Why did Janet have to die? This is the story of Eddie, Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
So Adi, it was 2 miles to the old Assembly Mall. So that ain't nothing, man. That's a hop, skip, and a jump. Why did the cab have to go back to the garage? And why did you care at that point? That's the question. Like the same way, the perception of it is, okay, why did to parallel it to Eddie, why did Eddie not say he was in the house? Why does Eddie got a cut on his hand? Why does Eddie got the blood on the shin? Why is there like the same thing? So now it's like, all right, we know that. He got convicted. He's been in jail 30 years. But there's DNA under the fingernail. And the question is, why do you care about that cab at that space and time? At that point, the ambulance was already gone, you said, right? So if the ambulance was already gone and you're hanging out, you know that she's hurt bad, real bad. You talk to the police. I'm sure the police would know sitting there on their walkie-talkies what happened to her. And I'm sure you got that information got relayed to you that she's not going to make it, because you even said that you told Gina that she didn't make it. But you sat there for that cab to get towed when they had other keys, which you knew, and it's only 2 miles, and all you got to do is hop in another cab and go to Mass General, wherever they took her. Where they take her, Whitten? I mean, I'm sure they took her to Mass General, right? I mean, that's right up the highway. They would have jumped to Mass General. So why wouldn't you go there? I don't understand why you stay for the cab. That's all.
No, you know what I threw at you, and I'm gonna say it. Was he worried about the cab, or was he worried about what was going on at that scene?
I don't think he wanted to leave the cab, bro.
I don't think he wanted to leave that scene until it was over.
Bro, he still left it. Doesn't matter. He didn't want to leave that cab. He was fresh and so clean. Where the fuck is all? It's a murder scene. There's an ocean of blood. So if he was the guy who did it, and he lost his key, right? Are we not where we're at? Like, would he throw the shit in the trunk and threw the fucking key in the trunk with it? The bloody hoodie's in the trunk. The fucking ski mask is in the trunk. I don't know. I'm just saying that's the reason why it looks shady on his part. He went to go throw the shit in the trunk and he threw the fucking key in the trunk. I mean, that's one way to fumble your key.
What I'm saying is that he wanted to see what was going on at the scene.
No, I don't think he didn't. No, he lost his key, bro. He didn't want to, he had no choice to be at the scene. That's my point. If he had the fucking key, he probably would have started the shit and dipped. If he was the one who did it, he would have been out. Whoop, gone. But he comes walking out. The car's fucking blocked in. He can't get out. Now he's looking for the key. He can't even leave when he wants to leave. Now the car's there and he's fucked. You heard what she's saying. She's saying, no, he's saying, I'm fucked. All for a key that, they got 3 of them and it's only 2 miles to the street. You're more worried about a key to a cab that's not yours, a job that they can replace you the next day, than your sister-in-law who you had a great relationship with their kids, who just got murdered in the fucking house and you don't know who did it. You're more worried about a key in a car of a cab. Like, come on, bro. The shit don't make sense. But I hear what you're saying. Like, at that point, he is around the scene. He's around the scene because he can't get out of there when he wants. So he got to stay around until that shit gets out of there. He couldn't leave the cab there because, God forbid, if he left the cab there and jumped in another cab and went to Mass General, and Gina says, yo, he was acting funny about that car key. He lost the key. Someone find the key and get in that car and see what's in that car. The cops say, what are you saying? And like you said, they get in the car, they could pop that trunk. But boop. Back then, all you got to do is open up the glove box and hit the key. I mean, hit the trunk button, and that trunk's popping. But like I said, that's if you're talking about third-party culprit. That's pure speculation, right? That doesn't mean nothing. But the same way we can speculate, why Eddie did it and how he's lying about getting sliced, the same way I guess we could speculate if someone else did it. Was it just one key or no fob? What year were
Well,
you
what
born?
about? I mean, but yeah, but I mean, let's think about what about his nephew?
What about his nephew?
I mean, he was hanging with the neighbors. He wasn't with his nephew. His nephew just lost his mother. That don't make sense to me.
What was the house key on that key? On that key chain? They needed a white knight, slam dunk during election season. Prosecutors just wanted to win. Look the other way. Becky says, for all the overtime we're putting in, Norm McCurry came in and said, them crisis downside in the 90s. Cops didn't use them cars. They used Dodge Diplomat, Chevy Caprice, and Ford Crown Vics. Is that, what is that, Leslie? Les? A key? Please explain, Adi. Jay Brilliant coming through. Trust me, it costs way more for a tow than get a key brought to him. Facts. Norm McCurry, the reason for the car talk is because the first live J.F.K. said Dodge cabs had no AC in the early 90s, and Adi gets on and says right away he had AC. Exactly.
There
Lisa
you go.
McDonald coming through. Did Adi get the same 42 the next day? Question. Jill with the $2. Lisa McDonald coming through like the feds. He was God in the cab, clothes and key in the trunk.
Where Eddie had worked.
Is Adi still in the chat?
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I don't want to say. I know it probably sounds like he's probably upset. He's probably thinking this guy's fucking. I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying. What people are thinking. That's all I'm doing.
I mean, not for nothing, but I mean, did we ever ask him? Did he ever find the fucking key?
No, he never found the key. He never found the key. He never found the key.
So I mean, he pulled up there, so he lost the key there, for sure.
It is what it is.
He went back 4 hours later to get the cat to get a cat box and the kittens. He said, "Did he ever look for his key then?"
Wonder where the Cab 42 is. I mean, they rolled them shits to the ground.
Yeah.
But you never know. But does Adi think Eddie did it? Yeah, he thinks he did it. This is the picture of him right here. He says it right here. He put this picture up. This is on his Facebook. If you read the bottom of this picture right here, I don't know if you guys can see it. Maybe let me see if I take this banner out. You guys can see it. Hold on. Where is it? Read what it says. Adi Ortiz, 27 years ago, this monster was convicted of first-degree murder. You are a true definition of evil. So there's your answer. He put that picture up. And and listen, we don't know if Adi did it. It just sounds pretty bugged up. Like he's saying that he was good friends with Janet. He never got kicked out the house. He was friends with the son. The family loved him. And this happens, and he's worrying about a fucking key and a cab.
He was an uncle, man. I mean, let's not
was
forget that. He was an uncle. He was married. Yeah. He was married to her sister.
Yeah, Adi wrote that. Yep. I mean, we're giving you everything you want, man. We're all working together. What the Duck's working, Lisa McDonald's working, Jason Brilliant's working, Kev's working, Adi's working. We're working too. I mean, that's what this poor little dude right here, he was slim and trim there. He was looking good. That's what they said he did. They said that dude right there did that. There was so many stories about this. People were saying that his dad might have did it. Like when people didn't know the ins and outs of this case, because the story is that Big Ed found Janet, right? So people were saying that little Ed covered for fucking his dad, right? Like there was so many stories in the hood about this. Like, you know what I mean? Like when because no one knew this shit. No one knew this. No one knew there was DNA. No one knew this. You heard Margot. No one knew. So, but people heard rumblings that it was, that he's not guilty. That kid didn't do that. But the story never was this. Like, even with me, I actually have a live with me and James talking about it from like last year. Someone was like, and Jay Dams was talking to me. I seen it today. Jay Dams was in the chat talking about Eddie O'Brien. And we were talking about it. And I said to Jay Dams, nah, man, that case is kind of weird. I said he's up for parole soon because they just passed that law. And that's what it comes down to. They passed the law. They got the law put in for him to get life. Then they passed the law because of science. And now he can't even get the parole, even admit to it. Like, that's what you understand. Like, he's like, just imagine you've been in jail 30 years. All he got to do is say, I did it. All he got to do is say, I did it. Yeah. And if they deny him, right, in 5 years or 2 years, they see him again. So if he doesn't get it at 44, he could get it at 49. If you don't get it at 49, he gets it around 54. If he don't get it at 54, then he gets it at 60. If he don't get it at 60, maybe he gets it at 65. But all he got to do is say, I did it. And you got to understand, this law passed for him in 2013. So he was up for parole in 2015, right? And he denied it. He waived it. He waived his parole. He said, I don't even want to see them. And this in 2024, he finally said, I'll go up for parole, because he learns you don't have to admit to it. All you got to do is explain. There was like a loophole that he could explain why he would be good in society. But he could have started admitting to it in 2014, 2015. And they would have told him, okay, do this, do that. And he would have did everything they said in the institution. He would have went here, talked to this one, did that. And he could have got out maybe in 2024, because he initially seen him in 2015 or something like that. Well, he could have seen him in 2015, but he waived it. So it's something to think about if you put that all into perspective.
Exactly.
It's not like when he gets out, like even if Eddie gets out, right, on parole, or even if he gets out on he gets an appeal and he gets out on a bail, or they end up just saying time served and they give him a deal. Because think about it, he could go to the appellate court and they could turn around and be like, you know what, man, this dude's about to open up a whole fucking can of worms. You know what? You got 37 years in, take time served, right, and just get it behind you. That's it. He's going to take it, and he's never going to fight for the truth, right? Like at that point, who cares? He's going to get out. And then it goes, and then what's he going to be on the street? He's going to be known as the guy who killed the girl. Regardless, even if he gets out, he's got to get fully exonerated for anybody to be like, that kid did not kill Janet. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe the inner circle, but most people on the outside, the way it was pushed, he had a sexual fascination. It was borderline like a rape case. And then you got to always ask yourself, even though she never got raped, why upstate he never got touched? You know what I'm saying? At that tender age, why didn't somebody go like, yeah, you like stabbing girls, and do something to him? Because obviously the people inside, because, not for nothing, the people inside were doing what we were doing right now. In the inside, this is what they do. They go through it all. And then the word was out like, yo, nah. How crazy is that? The crackheads, the pieces of shit in society, they do this, right? Would you believe it?
Oh, yeah. The first thing they asked him was, where's your paperwork?
Yeah, and they went through that shit all. You know what I mean? And like, once they found there was DNA and all that shit, they were like, what? What do you mean, kid? There was DNA underneath their fucking fingernail and they never ran it? What? Damn, dude, you're getting railroaded. So before someone made a move on him, like, yo, I'm going to stick this dude because what he did to that girl, see how he likes it. Nah, you can't do it, man. There was fingernail underneath their nail, man, and that shit never came out. It didn't come back to him. What? Let me see that. God damn. The same thing we're doing. So you got to ask yourself that question. That's how he survived. If this was a clear-cut case of him doing that to that girl, he would have not made it through prison without being harmed. That shit, like, you know what I mean? He's up there chilling. 30 fucking years, that dude never got touched. He 100% would have got touched. Somebody would have touched him, because it's such a, like, you get props for that. Like, I got Eddie O'Brien. You know what I mean? I got that motherfucker. You know what I mean? But they don't see it that way up there. That's not what's going on with him. Because it was borderline like a rape case, right? Like when you first heard it, you heard it like he had an infatuation, he stabbed the bra, you know what I mean? Like that shit, regardless, you didn't get sexually assaulted. But I mean, damn, it was so personal, it kind of seems like a sexual assault at that point.
Yep.
So that's why, for guys like me, I look at this because of shit like that. And Adi knows. Adi was hoping something happened to him up there. You know what I mean? Like the whole family wanted something to happen to him. I'm sure. But you got to ask yourself a question, why?
And he's being, locked down for all this time. Margot said it. I mean, he's very educated on his case. I mean, he's using that law library. He's He's asking people to look at his case. He's getting help inside there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
look right here, shooting right here, Eddie. And this, the way he's talking, this person right here, this person, I would assume was locked up before. Eddie was a child in Walpole when it was bad, and up the max as a kid. First off the bat, this dude 100% did time because he said up the max, up the max, and he's always been good. Okay, who are you really? Who's shooting? Shooting. What's your car number? Disclaimer.
God damn.
Oh man. But yeah, that's a straight convict right there. If I ain't never seen one. That means nothing. That would make dudes want to go at him more that he's a big boy. Because the smaller dudes in there, look at this. I was Eddie Selly in Norfolk. I would never live with a Skinner or someone. I told you this dude was locked up. God damn it. Hold on a minute.
Take him up.
Let's take him
up. Let's take him up.
We started from the bottom, but holy shit, what are we doing?
You're rocking with the best.
Holy shit, bro. What is going on, man?
Break it off. You're rocking with the best.
Let's go.
From the bottom, now I rose. Now this shit is set in stone. I can't leave my craft alone. Now I barely see my home.
Static Selector.
Barely see my home.
Power Wild, baby. Hey, from the start, all I had was hustling hard. The struggle is my fuel, but I do not harp. A lot of long nights hitting licks when it's dark. When bills due, me and lazy people depart. Prayer and meditation, gotta keep my mind sharp. Power Wild Mart, never been no mark. Move smart, big dog bite, but don't bark. Get you painted, I ain't talking about some art. The land of the free, that's a farce, cause everything costs. I upgraded from sleeping on the floor to a couch. From apartment to a townhouse, new ice mouse. Static Selected going out, bounce back from a loss. J.F.K grinding and Barber getting bands. The whole team get paid if we stick to the plans. We suited at the Grammys, but we started off with grands. Supply and demand and expand, you understand?
From the bottom, now I rose. Now this shit is set in stone. I can't leave my craft alone. Now I barely see my home.
J.F.K, y'all.
Barely see my home.
Talk to him. Let's go. Cops on the scanner, them kids are in the street. The rats making profit cause they eating with police. Trying to touch their souls, but it's like they out of reach. So we hit them with some lyrics and we vibe to the beats. Baby mama wants some money, rent is due. But I spent all my money, yeah, what am I to do? Open case, then my bill under review. So it's fuck the PEO and fuck the judge too. I'm stone cold, so what's the bottom line? Everywhere I go, I got problems on my mind. Trying to take it slow, and I know you wanna shine. They all want it fast, but they don't wanna grind. Life is a highway, we burning up the tri-state. We all try to get it, yeah, live it the flyway. Looking at you sideways, cause they all bitter. Stand up and fight, y'all, never be a quitter.
From the bottom, now I rose. Now this shit is set in stone. I can't leave my craft alone. Now I barely see my home.
Barely see my home.
From the bottom, now I rose. Now this shit is set in stone. I can't leave my craft alone. Now I barely see my home.
Barely see my home.
Heard they wanna see me fail, but all I know is prevail. Hope there's something you can fail, cause I gotta keep it real. You ain't no god, that's the only thing I fear. I got these scars, I've been on this paper.
I have pictures with Eddie up in Norfolk. That's crazy. What you doing, bro? Can't hear me, bro?
I can hear you, bro. I told you I got that construction and shit going on. God damn, I wish I could turn the camera around. I don't know how to do that.
You don't need to do that. Eddie was railroaded. I've been there since the day I met him in the big yard. He's Gucci. My man J Rock was up there. You know my man J Rock, Jamie? He was up in Norfolk for a while. He did 27, got out on parole. Lynn Cat. Yeah, Adi left the chat. I don't think Adi's here no more. Wonder where Cat 42 is. Adi's still listening though. It probably is. Send them a link. I'm gonna put it up. I'll put it up in the chat. I'll take one person at a time. I'll take a couple for tonight.
Call in, people.
I'll take a couple for tonight. Like 3 or 4 or something. We going on 3 hours. Jump on. You guys want to talk? Let me do this real quick. Yeah, Jamie Spillane, bro. That's my guy. That's my dog, man. I grew up with J Rock. He came home and then he went back. Hunter. I'm all my people, man. But he went back. He came home and he went right back in, man. I seen him for a second. We went out to eat and shit. I seen him a couple times. He came to the gym to see me and Lynn. And then I guess he's back. You know, he did 27 and shit. So, yeah, J Rock was up there for a minute. I got the link up, my dude. The link is there. You want to jump on? The link is up, people. I'm waiting on the homie from Norfolk. Was my boy innocent? Kinda. Yeah, he went right back fast too, unfortunately. He was on parole though, you know. He got back out though. He did the parole and it's a long story. Was he innocent? He was kind of innocent. I mean, he did way too much time than for what the crime. I mean, you know, it I don't really want to get into it, but yeah, for the crime at the time, the joint venture law, they don't do no more. Yeah, he definitely did too much time for that. But he did his time, for sure. The link's up. Shoot informants, not drugs. God damn. Shoot informants, not drugs. The link is up at the top. It's pinned up in the chat. You just hit that link and you come in. You actually gonna come on stage, but you don't have to turn the camera on, dude. Where you from, by the way? Want to thank all my mods tonight holding me down. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, everybody in the chat, man. I'll tell you, man, tons of support out there. You know, this case is, it's got everybody on edge, man. They're all interested.
Kevy Kev can't even talk, man. He's trapped. Look at him. He's just staring at the camera. Poor guy can't even talk because of the noise. God damn, Kevy Kev. God damn, Kevy Kev.
Yo, it's crazy, man. I'll tell you, I told you, man. It's my whole street's ripped up, bro. It's 11:52 at night. They're filling a dump truck right now with gravel and hot top right in front of me.
Yeah, I can
The
hear
street
it.
ain't that long, you know what I'm saying? It's a short street, but I mean, come on, man. Fucked up.
Call this phone number, bro. Call in. Call in, my dude. You could call. The link is up too. If anybody wants to jump in on the link, want to say what up to us real quick or say hi to the boys and have something to say, go ahead, jump on. Say what up. And the phone number is up. Whatever your
Yeah, come
vice
on,
might
people
be.
say what's up.
Whatever your vice might be. We creeping and crawling.
and Sons Property Management LLC. To accept, press.
What's up, man? You live with J.F.K, man.
What's going on, brother?
What's happening? Is this shooting?
Yeah, this is shooting.
What's happening?
Yep.
What's happening, buddy?
Nah, my buddy told me to check you out a couple days ago and listen to you, so I've been here ever since.
Nice. That's awesome. Where you from, my man?
I'm from Quincy.
Oh, you from Quincy? Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
So you was up there with Eddie, huh?
Yeah. I was up there with Eddie.
So he was doing all right up there? Did you hear this story like way before us?
Yeah, I mean, I've always heard this story since I was a little kid, so I mean,
Right.
I don't know. I didn't know too much about it because, like I said, I'm 40, so I was young at the time, and I didn't know like everything about it. But when I got to Norfolk back in 2008, I met Eddie in the big yard, and I always knew who he was because I knew about his situation with everybody getting bound over as a juvenile,
right,
to an adult, and I know like he was popular, famous just based on that alone.
Yeah.
And I met him in the big yard, and then we hit it off. That was it, and then we were cellmates for a little while, twice.
Wow.
And then I got lugged out of there, and then me and Eddie have always been in touch ever since. I went to his parole hearing and everything else. So
what, recently? Last October last year?
I was there. Yeah, yep. He had 25 people that he could put on the list, and I was one of the 25 people.
Oh, so you're real cool with Eddie, obviously.
Yeah, I mean that's why I'm here tonight.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, man. I mean,
So,
we're just going through the case, and DNA under the
yeah,
fingernail. What the fuck? It's crazy.
I mean, I read his case in the law books. It's been a few years, so it's not like totally fresh on my mind.
Right.
But at the end of the day, everything I read and everything that I've seen, and everything else, the dude's definitely innocent. So no doubt in my mind. Everybody up there knows that. Like I said, that's where I met Eddie, and everybody in there, the white guys, the black guys, the Spanish guys. Eddie's good wherever he goes. A couple of days ago, you were talking about the kangaroo court, man. I couldn't help but laugh when you were talking about it with his case. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I never did state
Eddie
time.
O'Brien. It's Eddie O'Brien we're talking about, man. You know,
Yeah,
he's a smart he is one of the smartest kids I've ever met, to be honest with you. And you want to talk about someone that can be rehabilitated? It's that kid right there. And if
Wow.
anybody has any doubt, go listen to his parole here and see how he speaks and how he carries himself, you know. And there's no doubt, you know. And he's got a big family support behind him, you know. And his father, his mother, you know, they're just unbelievable people, you know.
Yeah, they
They're
sound it.
as good as Gina, man. When you talk to the father, I know when you get the father on here, you'll realize how good they are, you know. So it's his sisters, everybody. I mean, he gets weekly visits from everybody, from all his family, everybody. So he's got a big support system behind him, you know. And if you speak to him and you talk to him and you're around him, you know that he just doesn't have a bad bone in his body. You know what I mean? He's not one of them guys that he's never been a tough guy. He's never been a punk. You know, he's always been himself. He's never changed up. He's never done drugs. He's never done booze. He stays clear away from that.
And let's be clear. Let's be clear, right? You give a little, tell the people up in the chat, like if he wanted to do drugs, he definitely could, right? In there.
I mean, you hear it on the news. I mean, there's been ODs. There's been 4 or 5 ODs just in Norfolk, just recently. There's people been hanging it up due to drugs. They've been all whacked out on drugs. It's very easy to get drugs and to get booze in there, especially when you're in a medium where it's wide open. And he's been in Gardner for a few years, you know, so he's just chilling in there. And, you know, he fights his case. He's in the law library every day. Every time I talk to him, and I get other guys in that I talk to him, and Eddie doesn't even go to chow. He's in the law library every day fighting his case. And you know, he's rewriting, you know, CMRs for inmates in there, not just stuff that benefits him, but stuff that benefits other guys. You know, the LIFER program. But I forget the other programs off the top of my head that Eddie's involved in, that like he's the head speaker of. He's done like college courses. I don't know. I'm not sure if he's finished it or not, but I know he's done college courses. He's a very, very smart kid. He's very, very smart. He you know, he's not about the bullshit. He's not involved in anything negative while he's in there. And I honestly really can't say enough things about him. And like I said before, I wouldn't live with anybody fucked up.
No,
just
of course
the end of the
not.
day, it's just not how it is. I'm a white guy. He's a white guy, and you know, it's just how it is in there.
Politics as usual. Politics as
It's
usual.
what it is. But I'll tell you, the older guys, the younger guys, everybody respects Eddie. He has fucking no issues. He's good. You
So
know,
let me
he's
ask you
never had an
this
issue.
for the people in the chat, right? I already know this, but
Yeah.
just to you know, to have someone
Yeah.
else say it. If he did do a crime like this and it was all on him, let's just say, right, without a
Yeah.
shadow of a doubt, what type of bid would he be doing right now?
He'd be in PC. He wouldn't even. I would never know who he was. I would never see him. He's a very high profile case. Like I said, when I got to the camp in Norfolk, I'll never forget it. He was in the yard with all the white guys. Everybody was hanging out, you know. I was young. I didn't know too many people that were incarcerated at that time. And you know, he was in like the in crowd, in the in circle with all the white guys, with everybody. So, you know, just me being a good guy and Eddie being a good guy, we just hit it off. And, you know, but I always knew about his case from being younger. It was just a very high profile case.
Yeah, it's a spooky case,
people getting
man.
bound over exactly.
It's always been.
I was in the law library. You can read his case in there, so you can read the in details of it, like more than what you can on Google. So I read a little bit more about it, and then I figured it out by myself. And then you know, I'm not going to get into anything personal. What me and Eddie spoke about, it's not going to happen. But me and Eddie have spoke about different things, and you know, just meeting the kid, you can just tell 5 minutes into meeting him just how he is. You know, he still parts the hair. You know what I mean?
Yeah, hell yeah. You got the boys cut kid, the court case.
Yeah.
We go to trial.
Yeah, but he would never. I mean, he was a child in Walpole. He was a child when he was in Shirley Max. So it's like, if he was ever anything, I mean, Walpole, when he was there, it was very, very dangerous when he was
Yeah,
there as a child.
damn
And like,
right it
even in
was.
Concord, when he was in Concord, so it's like he would have never survived, and he's never had an issue. He's never had an issue. So it's like everybody knows it. Everybody looks into the case. You know what I mean? Everybody. It's just a high profile case that you can't get rid of. Can't get. You know what I mean? And it's just like everybody knows that. Everybody. I'm saying like the black dudes respect them. The white dudes respect them. The Spanish dudes respect them. You know what I mean? I had an issue when I was up there with the black kid, and Eddie, being one of my good friends, he wanted to yell at me, and it's like he politicked with the higher black dudes to resolve a situation that didn't need to happen, and their respect for Eddie, it got resolved, and there was never an issue, and things. It might sound crazy to people on your podcast, but it's politics, and
No, I get it, bro.
it's how it is in there. And not that Eddie's heavy into it, but Eddie's my friend, so like, his
Sometimes you
name
ain't got a choice.
carries
Sometimes
weight.
you ain't got a choice to be in it. Like if a riot breaks out and it's white against, the Spanish, you got to pick a side.
Yeah.
You got to come out. You got to be with the white dude.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
so
he
like the point is,
yeah.
sometimes shits pop off in there, and you gotta. And like you said, like in a situation like that, if one of your friends is about to beef with 20 dudes over some accusations, you gotta
Yeah.
sometimes you gotta step in and politic to squash it before it pops off. But
And
like you said, he's doing he's doing a
Eddie
good
has
boy bit.
that. Eddie has that. Yeah,
Yeah.
he has that. He has that in him, and he
Since
resolves it like
DYS,
a gentleman.
he probably
Yeah,
knows
and
all these
everybody
dudes
knows
since
him.
DYS. Like
Yeah,
he 15
everybody
years
knows
old.
him.
Yeah.
Everybody knows him. He carries himself like a man, and you can tell just by being around him that he's a good guy. And I really do feel that if somebody can be rehabilitated after 30 plus years or after 20 plus years, it's definitely him. I can honestly say that. I'm not just saying it as my friend, but I can definitely say that. The kid wouldn't have a fucking.
Well, that's
He
what
wouldn't
it
have
is.
one issue.
Like it's funny. One of my boys did 11 piece in the feds, right? And right before
Yep.
he came home, this is like 5 years ago. I ran into one of my buddies, Cookie. They call him Cook the Crook. He's a Lynn dude.
Yeah.
And I ran into him, and I was just saying, I was like, hey, our buddy's about to come home. I'm like, what do you think he's gonna be like when he gets home? He just did an 11 stretch. He's older now. He went in when he was 33. He was getting out when he was 43, and he's like, man, that dude's gonna get out and be the same exact way, right? It's just like them dudes who you just say that to,
Yeah.
right? But like you said,
Yeah.
Eddie's not one of them dudes.
Yeah.
You just know
he's
that
not.
he's gonna make the
yeah.
switch.
He has too much support system out here. I mean, like I said, his parents are great. His sisters are great. They visit him. They hold him down. Any whatever he needs help with. They're making phone calls for him, talking to lawyers. The Innocence Project, they're always doing like fundraisers, walks, and everything else. And like his parents are there from day one. They're there every single hearing. They're there for every single Innocence Project.
So
Campaigning for him and talking to everybody.
You've been watching. You've been watching now for a couple of days or so, right? Have you been watching for a couple of days?
I've never watched a podcast. I've been watching since I don't know, maybe Friday, was it?
Yeah. So this is live streaming. It's a podcast, but it's a little bit different because it's live, right? It's like anything could happen.
Yeah.
And as you can see, I went off the rails a little bit with the fucking that
Yeah.
Crown Vic was driving me crazy. But the point is, so what you've been watching so far, have you been enlightened? Do you see things like you feel like what are you feeling about it? Like, do you have an opinion about it? Like, and let me just say this: can you speak to it? Because I don't want you to speak to something you don't want to speak to.
No, I mean, I think there's definitely a bunch of things that everybody's been asking questions. Everybody's been talking about a lot of stuff that hasn't been asked. So I think when his father comes on here, I think that'll be, he can answer a lot of stuff that Eddie can speak for, that, I mean, he knows. I mean, I think it's going in the right direction. I just think this kid's case got fucked. It really got fucked. What they wanted, what the main thing they wanted is they wanted the politicians, everybody, they wanted this conviction, and they didn't care what happened or anything, just that this is who they were going to get. This fit. It was a big story. Eddie made the story even bigger. and it's just like
Same thing that
I don't
happened with
know.
Karen Reed. Same thing that
Exactly.
happened with Karen Reed. This is where and that's the tentacles, man. Like that's like you're one of those guys, right? Like when I took on the Karen Reed case, like I have this like we had inner like issues with people who covered the Karen Reed case, and I used to tell everybody,
Yeah.
listen, this is really not about Karen Reed to me. This is about like just opening up the corruption that's been going on, from the
Yeah.
DYS system and the jail system because I lived it, and you know what I mean. And it's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
This is just the front row seat to open up the dialogue to it. And so we opened up the
Yeah.
dialogue to Karen Reed, and now here we are talking, and that and now we could talk about Eddie O'Brien. And the crazy thing about it is, like I said, I had met Eddie in Cambridge in '97.
Yeah.
I just said what up to him. It was one of those things. It
Yeah.
was so he was in the middle of trial and he was working in the kitchen
Yeah.
up there in Cambridge, but it was like, hey, what's up, man? And it was like just looking at him though. You just like he has this presence about him, right? And I was just looking at him like,
Yeah.
this dude did that. Nah, no way.
He,
One of those type
I
of
mean,
deals.
besides the fact of him being like, a big, he's tall, he's big, he's a big guy. Besides that, it's just like he really is a gentle giant. He's not a punk by any means. He's not up there washing fucking guys' drawers or
No.
anything like that. Just by who Eddie is and how he carries himself,
Yeah.
that's everybody real recognizes real, and that's
Real
just something
recognize
that
real.
it goes back out to me and him in the yard where he went out there and his name was he carried weight with what he said, and not because he's a bully or a tough guy or anything. It's just who he is. Everybody knows that he got fucked. Everybody knows about his case in there. He's one of the most high profile inmates on any camp that you go to, and the cops. I remember like the cops, they're out from like Western Mass. They all know who he was and stuff like that. And he had a couple of run-ins. We both had a couple of run-ins with one of the cops that were up there. And I think it was just because Eddie's been down a long time and he's never folded or, he's never he never let the time do him. You know what I mean? He always kept himself busy and he always stayed out of the bullshit. And that's one thing that, it's just, he just does his own thing, man. This dude's in a law library every day. And like I said, he's not just working on things for himself. He's working on groups up there to add groups. He's fighting the system all the time about the things that, like the visiting rights. They took the visiting rights away from him. Well, not just him, I'm sorry, but other
Everybody.
inmates up there. And
Crazy.
yeah, and they were just like downtown and he's fighting for everybody. And like at the same time, he's fighting his case, and he's very busy. 30 years later, he knows he's innocent,
And that's what people don't understand. Just because you're in there, you don't stop living, man. You know what I
No,
mean?
you
And
can't.
and it's like, you got to get up, you got to shave, you got to shower. And if you don't, you're going to get called
Yeah.
out. You're going to get that shower warrant, bro.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
You got to pack it the fuck up.
But you gotta go. You can't stay here. You know what I mean?
So,
I lived with Eddie, man, and he was a good cellmate. And we got along perfect. And it goes back to I wouldn't live with nobody fucked up. I wouldn't talk with nobody. I wouldn't even talk to him if his case was fucked up. And it's like I read his case. You know what I mean? I've talked to talked to him about it. And you know what I mean? And like
your mind's
I
blown.
just feel like man. It's just so crazy. It's deeper than him. It's how I feel. You know what I mean? I think just the attorney general and all that and the judges and, the way that things were going back there. And like a lot of questions that like you were even asking, it's like, why wasn't half of that stuff even investigated? Everybody I'm reading fucking trying to read every comment and everybody's commenting, good stuff. And it's like, I'm thinking to myself, like why wasn't that even investigated? You know what I mean? And it's like, it's just fucking crazy. So it's
and Adi can't
not,
and Adi can't even say nothing about that. Like this DNA
so I was
under
at
the
the parole
fingernail.
hearing. I thought Adi wasn't there, but I had spoke to my buddy and he confirmed that Adi was there, and I didn't know he was there, but he was the creep that was sitting up in the window that just used to watch everybody during the 8-hour hearing. I didn't know that was him.
Oh wow. Oh.
But yeah, he was just sitting in the window. He was the one that was sitting in the window that was just staring at everybody, because you can have 25 people on each side. So 25 on the right for the person that's incarcerated, and you have 25 people that's on the left for the the victim and everybody on that side. So he didn't have a seat. He was standing up in the window that was in the hallway. He was right there.
Wow.
I don't know how he was, but I'll tell you one thing. There wasn't a dry eye in that place after Gina spoke. Wasn't one dry eye. I'll tell you that.
Gina, the one across the street.
Yeah, she came and spoke. Yeah,
Oh.
she came. She spoke, and like just on. I mean, not one dry eye. Just the way just the way she spoke and what she was saying.
Yeah, she comes off real, man. I mean, like
Yeah.
she's real. She's a real person, and she was a worker her whole life. Worked at Verizon. She got no reason to lie.
Yeah, she has no dog in the fight. She has nothing.
Right.
She doesn't. She has nothing to lose. Like she has nothing to gain. She has nothing to lose. She's not looking to get a book deal. She's not looking to get a movie.
Exactly.
She's not looking to tell.
We called her. We called her. She was on a landline, my dude. You know what I mean? Old school on the fucking landline.
Yeah. See, so it's like, and like I don't remember word for word what she said, but I just remembered it was real touching. It was like, wow, and it just like everybody, it was just complete silent, and it was just like you could hear it wasn't one dry eye in that whole place, and just it was real what she was saying. She's a real person, and she wasn't there for anyone's gain. She wasn't there for Eddie's gain. She was just she was just speaking from her heart, and it was very moving, and she's just real as it is,
Yep.
So
well, listen, my man. I appreciate you coming on, man. I appreciate you talking, breaking down some insight, and I'll have you on anytime. You got to figure out how to work that link.
I gotta figure it out.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been home for a few years. That's not the issue.
You still got
I work for a living.
do me a favor, bro. Take your hot pot and throw that in the trash, man. You don't
God
need that
damn.
anymore.
My stinger. All right, man. Be good.
Hey, I appreciate you,
coming up.
Appreciate that.
Thank you for coming up.
Be good.
Talk soon, brother.
Bye.
Peace.
Bye.
Great phone call. Great phone call. Great phone call, man. Everybody give it up for shooting. Shoot snitches, don't shoot drugs. I think that's what it says, right? Is that what his thing is? My man, funny guy, great guy, gives you some insight of how Eddie was on the inside. Peace signs up for my man shooting. Peace signs up, everybody. Peace signs up. I mean, you heard what he said.
Yeah.
If you was on that type of case and they thought you did that, you were gonna get dealt with, or you wouldn't have been seen. And the fact that Eddie is sticking his chest out every night in general population is saying a whole lot. That's a statement. That's a statement. He's putting himself into danger because he's a high-profile dude. You know what I mean? You heard him. He hurt you. You're nameless. You heard him. You're famous. You know what I mean? And he's right there. And so you got to think about that. So
and
that's
just
giving
hear, and to hear, him call off a few facilities that Eddie's been to. He's moved around. I mean, he's had to do this every time he's gone to a new facility.
Facts.
People are going through his case. People want to know what he's all about. I mean, and they know he was coming. Most facilities, they know that someone's coming. So it just goes to show you that, he was standing solid on his own 2 feet. And, he had no shame to show what happened. You know what I mean? He wasn't hiding nothing. I mean, he couldn't.
Nope. We got Unforgettable in the house tonight. Unforgettable, what are you feeling about this case? What do you want to say? Where you at with it?
Hi, J.F.K. Hi,
Hey.
Kev. How are you guys?
What's happening, girl? What's happening?
Listen, forgive my attire. Listen, I'm going to tell you straight up. I came out of work. I had you on. I'm driving home. I haven't hit my house since I got home. I'm still sitting in my vehicle.
That's
and
awesome.
to top it off, I canceled my surgery for tomorrow because I cannot miss that interview with the parents.
Wow. That's deep. That's deep.
I did. Listen, me and Chimmy has gotten real close. Me and Chimmy talk behind the scenes all the
Oh,
time.
nice. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
Chimmy. We gotta
So
get.
like I told Chimmy, I said, Chimmy, I am not having surgery tomorrow. Fuck surgery. I cannot miss this interview. That's just the way I feel. And but forgive my attire. I haven't
Nah,
hit
don't
my
worry
house
about it.
since I got from work. But
Nah, that's fine.
I just want to say that I am so proud of you guys. I am
Appreciate it.
truly proud of you guys. You know why? This is by far the best. Like, listen, I had no idea about this case. I
Mm-hmm.
came to first hear it with you guys. Listen, as a kid growing up, my grandfather lived in Somerville with his
Wow.
wife. Yes. As a kid growing up, every summer we was in Somerville at my grandfather's house. I never heard of this story. Never heard of this story. I came to first listen and hear about the story with you guys. And my mind is fucking boggled. Like I'm like, oh my God, there's so many players up in the fucking story. This is fucking insane. And then, I like the fact that you guys bring up people, right? You're not like immediately like dismissing them and not immediately like, cutting them off. Like you want to hear their side of the story, everybody's side of the story, because you want to see what the fuck's going on. That's what you guys do. You guys are not dismissing people. Like you want to hear, the people that, that everybody thinks is the bad guy and the other people that were involved. I like that. And ever since you guys brought this up, yo, me and Chimmy have been like breaking our brains with this shit behind the scenes, bro. We're like, and we're like making assumptions like, yo, maybe it could be because of this. Yo, that guy that called, I am so glad he called, that he gave us so much insight on Eddie as a person. Because we didn't meet Eddie. You know what I'm saying? This man sat in a cell with Eddie and explained to us how Eddie was, how, like you said, JFK, it takes a lot as a kid, never mind a human, to be in general population with
Mm-hmm.
with papers like that, coming in with papers like that,
Mm-hmm.
and for him to be because he has maintained his innocence. And like you said, like I always think about what you say when you first met him. You're like, damn, this dude? I don't think this dude did that. But that says a lot about his fucking character. Like to like, cause yo, I'm telling you right now, I've seen this time and time again. Like people commit crimes and shit like that, right? And they go up for parole. And them niggas will be like real immediately, like be like, yep, I did it. Just let me the fuck out. Let me take, they don't give a fuck. But
Mm-hmm.
he has stood 10 toes down. Like, nah, I'm not taking parole. I'm not gonna say I'm guilty because he knows he's not guilty. And
Yep.
I loved Gina. She was an OG. That lady was
Mm-hmm.
funny as hell.
And that's what, and that's like, that's the cruel reality that we're living in. Like that generation, there's only so many years left of that old school, that old school generation, and it's like that's like the fabric of what, like, Massachusetts is built off of certain areas, and she's one of them, man. She's still a young lady, still got a lot of time left, but I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
like, they don't get no more solid than her for sure.
That lady was speaking, yo, she didn't stutter, she didn't skip, she didn't go back and correct nothing. This lady was speaking on it like it happened yesterday. The way she was speaking, it was just flowing off the tongue. That
Mm-hmm.
right there says a lot. When you stutter and you start going back and trying to fix it and everything, that like not to be an asshole, right? Artie, if you in the chat, not to be an asshole, but like you kept on going back and fixing shit and keep on going back and forth and all this, and then to hear like insight from Margot and to hear insight from Gina is like everybody's the liar but Artie. Well, the layer, like Margot said.
Mm.
But like just it she was just rolling off the tongue like it just happened yesterday.
Yeah.
And that doesn't happen too often unless somebody is speaking truth. That just doesn't roll out just like that. And
Mm-hmm.
she lived it. The way she was speaking to us, she was living it. Like it just happened yesterday. So that right there gives her a lot of credibility. I respect the woman. And I respect Margot for coming on here and speaking, Eddie's truth too, because she was there since day one. You feel me?
Day one. Day one.
I'm proud of you guys. I'm just gonna keep it
Hey,
real.
Nah, we're proud of you too,
Thank
man. Like, we got much respect for, you and Chimmy and then going behind the scenes and being our little bulldogs behind the scenes because when we bring you up, we need you guys to be hip to this and take control of the plane while we get our
We
flight
appreciate
hours.
that. You know what
You
I
know what I
like
mean?
about Gina? I'm gonna give you insight, like Kev said, like, women's insight. Listen, Gina was a true G. She was like a good friend to Janet. She was like she stood 10 toes down for Janet. Like she's like, oh, he coming around. You let me know when he coming around. I'll make him disappear. You feel me? Like she
Yeah.
was good friends with her. I like the fact how she spoke about her and I can't believe like this is crazy. It's right what you say. Like the Commonwealth is all fucked up because
Oh yeah.
how the
Yeah.
fuck can you not interview somebody that was all these hours with this woman was her neighbor from across the street? Like nowadays, if that was that would happen, that was what we would expect. The person that was last seen this person for the last
They
8 or 9
couldn't
hours.
say they fucked. They couldn't say they fucked up. You know what I mean? That's what it
Of
comes
course
down
not.
to. That's what
Yeah.
that's what it seems like. It seems like they know they fucked up. They realized when that DNA came back and it wasn't his. They're like, oh shit, and they're like, man, that's it. We need this to go through because we need this political power. That's what it seems like. And like I
They
said,
just wanted to find somebody to blame. That's it, so they could close the
I
case,
still,
open and
I
shut.
still, I still want to be clear. I don't. The case is so sensitive about Janet, or what happened to her. And I'm not saying that Eddie did it. I'm on the side that, right now that obviously there's some shit going on. But I want to know, and I know Eddie can't say that. So it's kind of like with the Karen Reed thing. He can never say why he didn't say, why he like, the we never could get him to speak until he gets exonerated, until he gets out like
Correct.
this,
Like
you
he
know.
couldn't self-incriminate and they couldn't like flip it on
No,
him
he
or
can't.
something. You
Yeah, he
feel me?
can't. He can't. He can't. We can only draw our own conclusions. With the evidence that we have. But based on the DNA and based on you know if that's exactly what they're saying, right? And we just heard from Shooting in Norfolk, right? Well, he's from Quincy, right? Good guy, solid dude, I could tell, and that's what it is. Like, it's that's it. And if that's the case, then it's free Eddie O'Brien. Point blank, end of the story. Test the DNA and free Eddie O'Brien because it's not his DNA. You tested it. You tested it, wasn't his. So then test it, find out who it is, and let him go. And it doesn't even
Straight
make a
fact.
difference. It doesn't even make a difference why he didn't tell this one and did he get jumped or he didn't get jumped or this and that. It doesn't even fucking matter. It's kind of like where the Karen Reed case went towards the end, right? Like the woman who did the 3,000 autopsy. What was her name? Lasada. What was
Yeah.
her name?
La pasada.
Yeah, when she was just looking at Hank Brennan, like it doesn't make a difference what you say. He didn't get hit by a car. Just stop the bullshit,
Yeah.
okay? Is this
Straight
trial
fact.
over yet? Like, and that's where we're at with this. Just run the DNA, find out who that is, and let him go. Well, why did he do this? Well, who cares? And it's like,
Yeah,
and we
that's
get
extra
it. For
noise. That's extra
Yeah, that's
shit.
extra noise.
Yeah.
But obviously for the entertainment value, and obviously for live streaming and holding an audience for 4 hours almost, right? 400 people, you got to go through it all, right? And that's what makes it exciting. But in
And
the
you gotta,
end, run the DNA.
and you gotta think too, on with the Commonwealth. I mean, now the Commonwealth's, you know, will could get to the point where they're gonna say, hey, Jesus, this guy's been incarcerated for 37 years, let's say, like for a crime he didn't commit. I mean, he's been wrongfully, you know, incarcerated. I mean,
Facts. Facts.
there's got to be some kind of
Well, what's going to happen
restitution
is,
for him. You
yeah,
understand
but
what I mean?
what I'm saying is that's the
They don't
problem.
want that.
But I think that honestly, the time he gets to is an appeal. They're going to try to tell him time served, and he's going to sign a green sheet. Like, you know what I mean? And like that's it. Like he's going to sign a green sheet. Like, do you agree? Like, a plea to sufficient facts. I don't know, something where he kind of says he's guilty just to get out, because they're not going to want to have him get out and fight this case. Like, you know what I mean? And as what Homeboy was saying, Shooting, I don't know his real name. I should have asked him his real name. We'll just call him Shooting for right now, right? We'll find that out later. But you heard how hot he's going in. with these laws, he wants to stick it to the Commonwealth. He wants these years back. He wants to be like, no, fuck that. Y'all, you know what I mean? I didn't do this shit. But I think that in the appellate court, if he finally gets there, I think they're gonna try to hit him with a deal and be like, listen, time served, you did your time, because it's like it's let him out. At the time the time he gets this appeal going, he'll have about 36, 37 years in. Like, fuck it.
And
You know what I
listen,
mean?
I think that
And I don't think he's going to do
what
that. I think he's going to say,
what
"Nah,
you
I'll
did,
stay here until you exonerate me."
what you're doing right now in Kevy Kev is raising awareness to other people. And this is how it started with the Kara Reed. It's the raising awareness. And the more people hear about it, the more people get interested in, the more people are gonna want to be like, we need to free this kid. We need to start like standing up for this shit. We need to start raising money for him for attorney fees for the best
Oh yeah.
attorneys. Everybody's gonna start thinking that way.
I
You
mean,
feel me?
hey, that's how dudes like Alan Jackson and guys like that want cases like this. You just never know. Maybe this was all meant to be. Who knows? You know what I mean? Maybe a
Yes,
conversation.
definitely.
You just never know. Maybe Alan Jackson's watching right now. I'm just saying, you don't know who's watching. Maybe someone's watching right now, listening to this. Like, man, this is what I've been looking for. I've been look what do you call it? Scapiccio took Miles King's case. He didn't pay her. He
Yep.
can't afford her. Let's keep it real. How much money that lady wants? And you need someone like her. You know what I'm saying? You need someone like her to look at this and say, wait a minute. No, 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 no. But I think it's the stigma attached to the murder and the whole sex thing and the whole infatuation and you know what I mean, and how she died. It's just a little bit different. Like, even though it's fucked up to say that Miles King shot Marquise Simmons, that's no different. He died, she died, but the way Janet died, how personal it was, I think it does something. It's like a
Yes.
stigma,
It
It's
was
like a
it was
stigma.
very personal. That attack was
Yeah.
very personal. That was like somebody took it to a personal effect. That was too personal. To stab somebody's bra, bro, that is personal to me.
That's crazy.
And who knows? God knows if that Artie was with her sister, right? So who knows if he was making like little passes on her when he was in her house. That's why she got rid of him, but she didn't want to tell that to her sister or something. Who knows? God knows.
I mean, yeah, I thought about that,
You put that
I thought
picture
about
up and I was creeped the fuck out. I was like, who the fuck is that? And everybody's like, oh, that's Artie.
yeah.
I was like, oh my God, he's a
But
fucking
we
freak,
don't
bro.
we don't I know, but we don't know if Adi did it though. I get it unforgettable. We don't know that. We don't know if Adi did it. He said run the DNA. If they run the DNA and it comes back to Adi, he's in trouble. If they don't, if they run the
The
DNA and
problem is, you know what's the funny part about him is he's like, yes, I'll do it. Let's go. Let's go. And then all of a sudden, it all switched up. You feel
he's
me? Because
right
now
there.
the facts
Adi's right
started to
there.
come
He
out.
heard you. You
Artie,
got him.
the facts started coming out. Margot came up on here. Gina started speaking, and it's all of a sudden,
Oh
nah, I don't
man.
feel like doing this anymore. They
Yeah,
offered
but
to pay us for you.
I know, but I mean, you can't say that Adi did it. Though. I mean, I hear you have an opinion, and I'll take your opinion. But me personally on this channel, like, you can't. You know what I mean? I don't think it's fair to say. That's a strong thing to say. He's definitely in the mix. Unfortunately, based on his actions that night, if they are going to look for somebody else, he's one of the people that they can look at. You know what I mean?
Straight
So,
facts. And
you know,
just based on his defensive behavior, like his behavior has been like off the charts defensive, bro. Like, and things that he has said and keeps on going back and correcting it, that gives people doubting minds. Because, bro, like thinking that you guilty, like you can't be acting like that. You feel me? Like if you're not guilty, you don't need to behave in that manner. That's just my opinion.
Well, he didn't really behave in a manner. He came on and unforgettable. I'm not dismissing anything you're saying. I'm just saying he did come on here and he did speak. I mean, I give you got to give him that. He did, and he did say, "I'll take the DNA." They have his DNA. He said, "Run it." That's what he said. He said, "Go ahead and run it." I mean, he doesn't know the inner like. How does he know that? The cops ain't sitting in an office right now with his DNA hitting a button. He doesn't know. And he said, run it. I mean, that's a pretty bold statement. No. So, I mean, we don't know. But hey, but then
Hey,
again, you can look
JFK,
good.
how many times have we seen cases that people are guilty and they behave the same manner? Come on, be
No,
real.
I get it. No, I get it. I get it. And I'm not against that. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to until I totally understand that is what's holding Eddie. is that they didn't run the DNA to find the real killer, and that's 100%. Because I still haven't got 100% factual on that yet, and I don't think none of us got clarity on that yet. But tomorrow night we will. You know, Margot gave us a lot of clarity, but I need to know, like, I'm going to talk to Nan look into, I need to know 100% before we go, fuck that, we got to free him. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because is there a reason why they didn't run it, or is that because if it, honestly, if it's just because they didn't run the DNA, I mean, how crazy is this story? Like, if that's all it is,
But
like,
let's keep
what?
it real, JFK. Let's keep it real, right?
My mind is blown. My mind is
we
fucking blown.
we from the you know, we've been from the hood. I gotta keep it 100. Listen, we have seen plenty of times when somebody's like back in the day, obviously weed was fucking illegal, right? Or whatever other drugs, like you were talking on the show the other night, right? Or whatever. Let me tell you something. How many times have we not seen law enforcement involved with people using people like Artie using a cab to fucking, make, sales and shit like that, and they involved? That's my thought on it. It could be that law enforcement was involved in some type of way or form too.
I'm definitely gonna read the book. I got the audio book, but I don't really need to read the book because I had Margot Cash on here. Margot Nash on here telling me that's all it is. You know what I mean? But that's coming from a biased opinion. I need someone to look into it to tell me why they didn't run that DNA. Like, so you mean to tell me they just didn't run that DNA? Like they just, like, all these
Just
years.
let it pass. Yeah, just let it slide all these years. And I'm surprised that an attorney hasn't looked into this shit either. Like, and found that odd that they didn't run a fucking DNA.
Well, that's well, basically what it comes down to, though. If that is, and there is a reason why they probably didn't run it, because I think that, by design, that Eddie never went for his appeal. He's just filing his appeal now. Like, he never went for an appeal. Like, this is his first. Like, in 30 years, he's doing it now. I think he waited. Like the old school people in there for a case like this, they're gonna tell you that you need to put time in first. That way they give you some. The judges just don't deny it, because if you only got 10 years in, they're gonna look at it like, you know what I mean, get out of here, and they're gonna deny you. But here comes a guy with 30 years in, a little bit more mature, knows more about the law, right? Could get better resources at that point. And and they kind of give them a little bit of leg room, so to speak. And and they'll say, okay, maybe they'll let that in. I don't think if he had 15 years in, it would be the same result. I think if he got 30 years in, 32 years in, the appellate court says, hey, regardless, it doesn't hit the same. Like 15 years in, but when you say someone got 32 years in, hey, give him a shot. You know what I mean?
They feel like they're just trying to go free. Like they just,
he kind of already served his time. Like, when you really think about it, he served his time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I mean, he didn't serve his time, but technically, if he was under old juvenile law, he would have already served his time. So
J.F.K.
he got tried as an adult. If he would have never got tried as an adult, he'd be home. If he got tried as a juvenile, he'd be home.
Chimmy's looking for the link. She don't see the link. She's trying to get up on here.
Oh, Chimmy's trying to get up here? Okay, I'll put it back up.
She texted me and she's like, I don't see the link. I was like, okay, hold on.
Yeah, I'll put it back.
What blows my mind is, like, they said they tested all the people that were in the house. They come up with all the same blood type. Almost to the point where, I mean, wouldn't you think that they would want to do a DNA?
Yeah, but that's how it works, bro. See, that's the crazy. This is the corruption part. This is how once you get convicted, how hard it is to get unconvicted. You know what I'm saying? Like, you would have to make the appeal. Like, he has to go to the appellate court and he has to try to explain to them. He has to get over the part that he left that house, that he never. He has to like that the DNA has to be stronger than why he didn't say anything when he was in that police car about Janet Downing. Right, that has to be the strong point. Like, you know what I mean? Like that, like, because they're not going to hear it. They're going to say, "Well, there's got to be a reason. They got to write. There's something written up in there on why they didn't run that. There has to be. There's something in there. That's what I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. You know what I mean? But we're going to find out. We're going to find out.
Would you understand? You understand what I'm saying, though? Doesn't that make sense? Like, if they take your blood and they get a blood type, and now they run the people that were in that house, and all the people in that house have the same blood type, including Adi. Wouldn't you want to take it another step further to eliminate a certain individual with that blood type?
No, because not all of them are juveniles, man. They wanted him to be the juvenile so they could get him on the adult, so they can implement the juvenile law. It was a political ploy, politics for murder. You know what I mean? We want to change the juvenile law, super predators, because we want to go into the hoods, and anybody that gets caught with a gun or that's a juvenile offender, we try them as adults. More young kids get smoked up, the prisons get more filled, and we make more money. It was all about the money. That's why. So it's like, nah, you know, it's like if they find somebody else, they
I hear you.
yeah, if they find somebody else, then they can't get that. If it's say it is Artie, well, now we can't implement the juvenile law, can we? They wanted to implement that law so they could zone in Massachusetts, so they could zone into Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan, Lynn, Lawrence. They wanted to take all them juvenile offenders and bound them over. Oh, really? You stole a car and got in a high-speed chase? You did it 3 times? You're an habitual juvenile offender. We're bounding you over. Transfer here and you're going to prison. Bingo. See you later.
Yeah, that's true too.
That's how they wanted to do it. Chimmy's up in here. What up, Chimmy?
Yo, I'm gonna need that boomer link. You know what I'm saying? Like a little bit earlier, because these fucking bags under my eyes, they are not cooperating anymore. But it's good to be here. It's good to see you guys. What's up, Kevin Kev? What's up, Unforgettable?
Up, baby girl.
God. Oh my God.
How you feeling?
God damn. You know, what I will say is that, you know, it is easy for all of us to speculate, but at the end of the day, this really falls on the Commonwealth's incompetence and their inability to do a proper investigation, and how political figures will use us for whatever their agenda is and to complete that. And that's the most unfortunate part, because 30 years later, we still don't have answers. And someone who could potentially be innocent is behind bars and has served literally their entire youth. And we don't know if he actually did it or not, because the investigation was trash and they didn't do it correctly. I'm inclined to believe that, you know what, giving Artie the benefit of the doubt, maybe he also was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe he, you know, is answering the questions the way that he is because he has no idea how to like what to even think either, because this is trauma for everyone. True. So, you know, even when it comes to Eddie, is like, you know, I know that you were asking in your shows, like, why didn't he tell the cops? And it's like, you know, I could tell you just from experience that sometimes you go through something as a kid, like we're thinking about it as adults of like why he thought the way he did as a teenager. But we sometimes forget, like as teenagers, we don't have the life experience. We don't have the ability to read between people's intentions. And if he was like a good Catholic boy going to Catholic school and church, he's not assuming the worst of the people around him, you know? And then he trusts the cop, he's scared, like he's probably disassociating. I mean, there's so many possibilities, but what we can say for sure is that the DNA should have been tested underneath her fingernails. That's for sure. This was definitely, and I said this the first time when you started talking about this case, this feels like a crime of passion. This is too personal for it to be premeditated, which leads me to then think he was overcharged. Because if you think about, like, we had a case here in New York where this guy killed the woman he was having an affair with, chopped her up. He stabbed her 60 times, chopped her up, put her in a suitcase, and walked her over to some location to leave her body there. He was charged with manslaughter and is serving 25 years. So Artie being there for life, not Artie, Eddie being there for life for a murder this gruesome and for it to be this personal, the math is not mathing. So automatically I'm like, this is much bigger than him. This is like the powers that be were like, let's take these people and use them as a means to do what we need to do. So I'm just inclined to believe that in that respect, these people were all used in some capacity. And they know more than what they're saying, and they probably can't say it. These are secrets that some people take to the grave. But at the end of the day, all this shit comes back out. There's no coincidence that it's coming back out now and it's being discussed. It's because someone has to answer for what really happened. And whether you like it or not, and I'm sorry, if Artie's putting himself out there, it's like, I know that it's difficult and, it's your family and it's very hard to be in this type of space and this arena with the internet. And, I go by the name of a New York City sandwich. It's delicious, but you don't know me on a personal level. And I wasn't there to even give this type of opinion, but just thinking of it in a bigger scheme. It's not sitting right. And government has all of the capability and access to do whatever they want. And it's not until people actually start applying pressure and asking questions that we hopefully get somewhere. So I'm curious to wait to see.
I think Adi knew coming in that he was going to get pushed back. I think he's smart enough to know that, and and honestly, I feel for the guy. If it's not if, like you said, the trauma of it, and where he stands in this, but there's just a lot of things that happened that night that was just suspect. That's all. You know what I mean? And I think I just hit unforgettable out for a second. Where'd she go? She just got knocked out? No, I think she left. She left. I think. Yeah, she left. But yeah, and so I hope that if they run that DNA, it got nothing to do with him. It's somebody else. I don't know. But in the meantime, we can all agree that DNA needs to be ran, right? That's where I'm at with it.
Exactly. It's just focusing on what the facts of the case are, because at this point, you want to give space to the families and to everyone that was involved. Like Gina, I absolutely think she is 1000% credible. Artie, I will give him the benefit of the doubt still, because I think that like everyone reacts to situations differently. He may not just be able to, sometimes even like people respond to trauma different. They just don't remember. And like everything happens so fast that you can't really pinpoint everything to the T, and it can come off as inconsistent. I mean, we're all different people, right? But, his parents, Eddie's parents, like, I'm curious to see what they have to say and just focus on what the evidence is. And if anything, the Commonwealth let everybody down. And because it shouldn't have to be people on the internet figuring out what their job should have been 30 years ago.
Well, that's where we're at with it, and it's funny because Kev says something about that today, right, Kevy?
Yeah.
About this is what's being done now. The internet's here. This is what happens. So it's guys like us, girls like you.
You know what? I've often, I mean, the case has got me thinking. I mean, I'll get off the air with J.F.K. and I'm still talking about it, And there was one thing that bothered me to the point where, if Eddie truly got tapped on his shoulder and heard, or someone, said to him, listen, you better shut your mouth. I'll kill your whole family. And he knew exactly who it was. It would be like, even with him doing time, even with him being locked up, if he was to speak or say a name, I often wondered, like, did he have somebody, did he recognize a voice? Did he, have some kind of thought of who it could have been? I mean, he would know these things. I mean, only he would be able to, reconcile whether or not he heard that voice before, or, I mean, he would be just, bugging out, like, man, if I say this name, I'm in here, I can't protect my family. Like, this is fucked up. like, I don't want my family getting hurt. I mean, he would hold that back. I think that's, I hope that ain't the case being, you know what I mean? Like, after 30 years, like, not speaking on it, but still protecting his family, even from inside jail,
Yeah, I mean, that's accurate. I think, it's just so hard to think. Like, I think I try to put myself in a position when I was 15, like, and something like that would have happened. It's impossible for me to really like wrap my head around what exactly I would have done, because I can tell you, like, we could say in the moment, oh, I would do X, Y, and Z. But then when that moment comes, and I can just speak from my own personal experience, that like I had something occur where I was like, yo, if anybody try to do X, Y, and Z, I would be like, blah, blah, blah. And then the moment actually came and I froze and I didn't do anything. And I just literally just stood there. And you think about that and you're like, you replay that in your mind. It's like your body goes into a freeze response. And that's something that, like, I can only imagine that this kid walks in and he's like, it's almost like you almost inadvertently become mute. Like you can't
Yeah, but
function.
what about him getting jumped though?
That part, like that, yo, this just feels so like, and I know I'll probably be the only person saying this type of thing, but everything just feels so coincidental, like almost like so coordinated. The fact that even that he comes from a bloodline, like his grandfather was a part of the police, like you don't think that that man, as much as Margot wants to say, I respect her, but when you're in law enforcement and you're in authority, you're gonna catch a couple enemies everywhere, and there's some people that are spiteful as hell, that they don't get you, they come for the next generation and so forth. That happens in just normal shit. Like, I could say it for myself. Like, I'm over here, I had to pay for consequences for things that I wasn't even born when they happened. But the adults in my life weren't responsible. And here I am having to carry that burden that I didn't sign up for. So, how do we know that there isn't something similar to that in, the way that maybe his grandfather was? Like, the thing is that we don't know. Like, and that's why, like, it's cool to speculate, like, and it's important to have the conversation, obviously, to like kind of bring more awareness. And even if we're wrong, it's fine. Like, I am more than happy to be wrong, because I don't like to believe that the world I'm leaving for like future generations, or even the one we're living in now, is dark. Like, I have a daughter, like I don't want that for my kids or anybody else's kids, right? So, but this is the reality of what we live in. So it's dark. So we don't, but the fact is that we just don't know everything. I'm very curious to see what happens with his parents, if they're able to kind of fill in, you know, whatever it is that we might be missing. And also from Eddie himself, if he's able to speak and to finally say something and maybe give us some insight into all of the questions
So
that
what
we
do you
have,
think
the
about
why.
what do you feel about the jump thing? Do you believe that? Like, is that a big thing to get over? So he leaves the house. Let's just go over it real quick. So he goes across the street. He goes in the house, right, Kevy Kev?
with
He
you.
find he finds Janet on the floor.
Yep. He goes out the back door.
No, he's ready to go out the front door,
But he
right?
can't because someone was knocking.
Someone's knocking. The guy says, "Don't open up the door." Puts a knife to his neck. I'm gonna kill you and the family. He runs out the back. And you gotta understand. Did you read the documents when they said when he came out, the kid Marco said that he turned around and gave him an evil look.
An evil look, yeah.
And then also he said that, and also in his room they're saying that he had what do you call it? He had natural born killers. He was infatuated with that movie. So these are the things like they used in trial. You know what I
Well,
mean?
can I?
But
So,
then, let me
go ahead.
just say this. Let me just say this. So now he goes down to Burger King. He has a chance at Burger King to do something, right? Right. He washes his face, and then he goes into the square and he allegedly gets jumped. Then he goes to the store. He runs into, his boss or whatever, person he works with or whatever. Police show up. He's in the back of the cruiser. He still says nothing. This is his best friend's mother, someone he knows. You don't think he should have said something? Then he goes to he goes see his grandfather's home, get the knife wound checked. Then he goes to the hospital. He still don't say nothing. Now I don't know exactly when he said something. Like I'm thinking it was during a transfer hearing. I could be wrong. I'm hearing it was like I'm thinking if I can remember correctly on this case, it was like a couple of months later. But the question is,
he slid a note, right?
Yeah, how do we get over that?
Well, I think like, how do we know that he wasn't trying to say something? And like kind of like with Karen Reed when Buchanan was like, "Oh yeah, whatever, like, we don't really need to document it." We don't know because it's not documented, right? Like he could have said something. They were probably not taking him serious because he looked suspicious enough. But my question really, and something that I listened to Artie's call like twice. Was Ryan with Paul when they went out? Because where was Paul when Ryan was in the car? Was he just not like? Oh, I thought they were together because they're twins, right?
They went
No,
to
Paul went to Revere Beach.
Yep.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Paul went to Revere Beach. He went to the beach with Jeannie, his what he called sister.
So Ryan was by himself.
Yeah, Ryan. I think Ryan was with yeah, I think he was with Mako.
Because remember
right?
when Virginia has said that she had heard like a scuffle, but she didn't pay no mind because she had issues,
Yeah, well,
with her kids. Like she would be arguing with
her
her
and Paul
kids.
always Paul always fights with her.
I mean, look, like, and I heard Artie say, like, he had the kids write letters of, his potential non-involvement and kind of corroborating with what he was saying. Like, look, again, this is just from my own personal experience with adults, and I had a lot of shady adults around me too. Like when there's an age discrepancy there, I mean, you as the young person are going to trust the adult, and sometimes the adults try to be friendly with you, and they hook you up with things. They kind of are an ear to like some of the problems that you're dealing with.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. Ryan wasn't with Paul. Just to let you know, he wasn't with Paul. Just to answer that question.
Okay, but like something's just not like just intuitively, and of course, intuition in this case is not a fact, but something's just not sitting right because it feels like the kids did have issues with their mom. It would make more sense that if it was a child that they were trying to pin this on, it would probably be one of her own, considering the level of like gruesome brutalness attached to this, because this is very personal. Like, and if you hear about, kids that have done these type of crimes to their parents, I mean, there's so many cases like this. It's always lovers or kids.
The Menendez brothers, remember that?
Yeah, the Menendez brothers.
So, sorry, I didn't want to jump. I didn't want to cut you off, Jimmy, but I see like there's someone in the chat, DMX Lexus. She's saying that Paul was with her brother.
No, Paul was with Eddie's sister.
Ryan was with her brother. So there's a sister to one of the boys that was with the sons in the chat.
What, right here?
Yeah, that
Right
person has been saying that for the past 2 days or 3 days.
Yeah, DMX Lexus.
Yep.
She's chiming in on the chat and she's trying to clarify a few things for you. She's saying that Ryan was with her brother. And
who was your brother? Who's your brother?
Right.
Marco wasn't with them swimming, she said.
Okay, so who was Paul was with Eddie's sister. Yep, Paul was with Eddie's sister. So who's your brother?
Keep scrolling up though. She wrote.
I seen it. She didn't say no. Ryan was with Paul. She said, and then she said with my brother. Ryan found her. Yep. Who's your brother? We're about to find out. It's all good. Paul Jr. left with Eddie's sister at 8:30. Yep.
And again, just to be clear, just because, but this is all speculation, our opinions, like this isn't facts, just, putting that disclaimer out there just in case, you know what I'm saying? This is just conversation, debate.
Definitely.
That's it.
Everybody just speculating. That's it.
I mean, it's good to get a little feedback. You get a little clarity. I mean, this affected, a whole neighborhood. And I'm sure some of these kids are still alive,
They're all alive, bro.
You
As
know what
far
I'm
as I
saying?
know.
Like they're still, you know, it was a chapter in their life that
You
they
know who it
all.
really affected, dude? It um affected her right here, bro.
Janet, yes.
That's who it affected, bro. That's what it comes down to. You know what I mean? That's what it
Yeah.
comes down to.
It did. And that's the unfortunate part because, you know, crimes against women, especially like in other countries, it's like a femicide, you know, like that's the hatred towards a woman and murdering her for whatever their hatred is. And it's like, there's a lot of that. And, you know, it's especially targeted towards single females, single mothers. It's like you become an easy target because once there's any type of division in the home or there's any trouble there, the kids are troubled in any capacity, like you kind of open that door is relatively open for potentially bad things to happen, right? And like you find like a lot of kids that come from, I mean, she had 4 kids,
Ricky.
right?
Ricky's her brother. So he was with Ricky. Ryan was with Ricky, and they showed up at the house and they found her.
Wow.
So wait a minute. So let me ask you this, DMX Lexus. So who showed up at the door? Who was at the door knocking at the door? It was Marco and somebody else, right? Who was the other person knocking at the door? That seen him run. And he made the funny face. I know it was Marco, a bureau, or something like that, a bureau, some ABRUE or something like that, whatever how you say that.
Gabriel.
Yeah, Abriel or something like that. I'm saying it all crazy.
A brew.
A brew. Yeah, there you go, girl. Thank you so much. So he was with Ricky was with. So who was knocking at the door? So if Ryan and Ricky showed up and found them, and they weren't with Marco, who was with him? It was Marco and someone else, right? We definitely need timelines and some pics on a whiteboard. My ADC is running amok. Yeah. Janet is telling Gina, if something ever happens to me, make sure they investigate. Janet was worried something was going to happen to her. Facts. This is all true.
That's another thing. Like people don't list like I mean, you can report something going on to the police and like they don't help you until you're like in a bag. Like and that's a reality.
That is a
Like
reality.
like that like people don't that's why it's so hard to like really trust any type of authority because it's like your resources are your taxpayer money is to pay these
Yeah, I know
institutions.
Marco and Fitzy. Marco and Fitzy seen Eddie come out the bushes. Yeah. So Marco and Fitzy saw Eddie come out the bushes. He turned around and then they left because they didn't open up the door. And then what do you call it? Came through. Ricky and Ryan were together. Who and he ran to get Big Ed. Ryan.
But
I
they
mean, they
have all
said
the clothes,
Marco
right?
said, yeah. Marco said when he turned around, he looked at him and laughed with this crazy look, and his eyes were bulging out of his head. Did you read that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
no.
seen that
Yeah.
statement. Yeah.
Shit is crazy, bro. We need to ask the parents, man. The
Mhm.
who because I just got the to license the trial. Let me see what it says. It's crazy though. Um. Oh yeah, we're gonna find that out. That's a good question. Someone just asked it. So it says court TV licensing request. Thank you for reaching out to access our library. Unfortunately, we do not provide full trials. We do licensed trials at $80 a second with 30-second minimum. If this is an interest to you, I'm able to provide screeners at a cost of $2,000, and that amount will be reduced from the licensing total cost. Perhaps the screeners would work for you. Screeners have time code and a court TV watermark burned on the video. Let me know if you would like to be processed. Something. I don't even know what that means. Does anyone know what that means? Like a screeners? Like what's that mean? What is that? Like a different service you go through to watch it or something? Like they don't let you like get it. Like you, is that what it means? Like you got to watch it on their site and pay the money. $2,000.
That's the fact that this is like a public trial and it was already streamed.
Shout out
I
to
mean,
Lisa
maybe,
McDonald too. That's who Lisa McDonald's
I
hooking
mean,
me
is
up
the
with.
intent to stream it to your channel while,
And
because that's where it gets tricky.
she also asked she also asked a great question. She said, ask Eddie parents if their daughter Jeannie noticed Paul Jr.'s demeanor the night they went to Revere Beach. So basically, he would have had to kill her. If it was Paul Jr., he would have had to kill her and then go with Jeannie to Revere Beach and hang out. But he didn't have blood on him. He didn't have blood on his sneakers. You know what I mean? So if it was Paul Jr., he would have had to go to hang at Revere Beach after. Like, all right, guys, go to Revere Beach. So keep in mind, like that's where Paul, if he killed her, that's where Paul went right after. He went to Revere Beach with Jeannie. So we're gonna find out the demeanor. We're gonna ask the parents, hey, well, how was Paul acting with Jeannie? So I don't know. What does it sound more logical? Like, you know what I mean? Like when you think about it, Paul went to, I understand the personal part. Everybody's thinking, between Paul, Adi, if there was somebody else. But then that means Paul would have went to Revere Beach after, went to Kelly's and ate a fucking roast beef after he slaughtered his mother. I hate to say it like that, but that's just the reality of it. But then there's this other guy, that won't leave this cab.
That part.
Yeah. So, I don't
I
know.
mean, people can always change. I mean, like that's just a speculation. It's just speculation. It's not anything else. But it's like
But that's
it
what
could
happened,
be.
though. That's what happened, though. That 100, no matter what, he didn't leave that cab. No, like regardless if he did, he didn't do it that night. Janet was fucking in Mass General with his wife, and he stayed and smoked weed with two chicks and waited for a tow truck for the cab because he lost his fucking key. That's what he did that night.
And he didn't
Period. Point blank. End of the story. Like that's what happened. It's been verified by him, verified by Gina, verified by tow companies. Like if he really, if he wasn't, his mindset was the cab. His mindset wasn't like, oh my God, fucking Janet's dead. What the fuck? My poor wife's sister's dead. Shit, I gotta get there. I gotta get to Mass General. Well, all I'll do is just
Yeah,
call another cab.
was
I
no
work for a
urgency.
cab company. I'll just get
There
another
was no
cab over here.
urgency. There was no urgency. You're right. Not
Well, you don't.
whatsoever.
Well,
Nothing.
you don't want the other cab to get there. You don't want the other cab to pull up with the key or take the cab. You want to find.
Hmm.
And then did the cab go back to the garage? That's the real thing. He's saying the cab went back to the garage. Is that a fact, or did the cab get towed back to where he wanted to get it towed back to, so he could go get the key and he could be close with the car? Did the car really get towed back to the garage 2 miles away? Why the fuck would they pay for to tow the car? It's gonna be what, $200 back then to put it up on a flatbed or whatever to go 2 miles when the next person in the morning's picking up the car anyway. So did he take it to go back? Did he really go back to the garage, or did he tow the car back to Malden where he lived? And
You know
and
what
then
suspect too? You know what suspect too? That when Gina was speaking to us on the chat when she called in her interview, that after that happened, he was like following her around everywhere. What was the reason for that? You feel me?
what was the because he's monitoring the situation. You know what I mean? At
Mm.
that point, he doesn't know what's going on. If he's the guy that did it, I mean, because what did Paul do? Like, then we got to think about Paul. So he went to Revere Beach that night. Then what he do after that? And what was his demeanor after that? What he still lived in the house? He still was there, right? He still was with the dad over there. So like, what was he like? So we're gonna find all that out tomorrow. You know what I mean?
I can't wait.
No, yeah,
King knows
seriously.
I canceled my surgery, right, JFK?
Yeah, if anybody make sure do me a favor, ladies, man, is hold me down, whatever questions, you know what I mean, like that. That's we gotta ask that questions about Paul's demeanor, that night. Well,
Yeah.
what his daughter
Take note.
Jeannie said about his demeanor. Like, what was his fucking reaction when he found that out? You know what I'm saying?
You
Yeah,
know,
definitely.
the other thing too, you know, and you know, not to jump back on Adi's situation, it's just it blows my mind. I mean, being the uncle to those kids, and you know, why wasn't he the one, you know, with them in the back of that police car, you know, kind of comforting them? Why, what, you know, he should have been waiting for that other, you know, the other boy to come
Should have
home.
never left. He should have never left their side. Why'd he go across the street and go smoke weed with Gina?
Exactly. You know,
Exactly.
Why'd he go over there and acted like he was not a part of it? Why'd he act
Mhm.
like he wasn't?
I
Why'd he
mean,
go? Why'd he separate himself from that?
Like
Why wouldn't he?
that's
Why wouldn't he
like
be
a
sitting
normal
there
behavior.
like he should have been? The first thing he should have said to the cops was, "I ain't going nowhere. This is my fucking family." When they said,
Mhm.
"Hey, get away from the car," nah, what are you talking about? That's my nephew, and they would have
yeah,
let him stay right
where's
there.
the
They
rest
would
of
have
the
let him.
kids? Has anybody searched the house? Where's the kids?
Period. He would have sat right there the whole
Yeah.
fucking time, bro. He would have sat there the whole time. Why? Like, what? And if he didn't, if he made that decision not to, then that's what he did, right? He made the decision not to, and he decided to smoke weed. Whatever. Maybe that's the way he coped with it. I don't know. Maybe he was high as a kite. I don't know. But that's what happened. That's what happened, and then he's saying when I said did it have a Ford key on it, he said it had a big 42. So they restamp keys now with 42 on it. So you had a spare key. So that means if they stamped the 42, then that means that you didn't never had the official Ford key or whatever it might be, and you knew there was other keys. So why didn't you just get the other keys? Oh well, because the garage was closed. So you mean so now you see how the story keeps evolving? No, it wasn't a 4 key. It had 42. Okay. Well, then if it had 42, that means they had more keys. They did. Well, the garage was closed where the keys were at. Well, what do you mean? So you mean to tell me the person on dispatch wouldn't have the spare keys to the cabs, knowing that you guys are running amok and running around and you possibly could lose them?
Yeah, like the reaction to the key was a little bit much. Like
Yeah, well, that's the whole point. That's the whole point because you got to ask yourself the question. There was because let me hit you with the jewel. This is what everybody fucking missed. Okay. And Margot, you know, probably thought I was going a little too heavy. But keep in mind, what was behind this car?
A blood trail.
Blood trail. So what the fuck? What was the fucking hoodie or whatever he had bleeding? And he threw it in the fucking trunk,
Mhm.
and they threw the key in there too. And he's like, "Fuck."
You see
And
the
you heard this girl, Gina saying he was like, "Fuck, fuck, fuck." Like stressing over this key when you just found out you found out no matter what them cops told you she got stabbed. You know what I mean? They told you what happened. Like you know what happened at that point. You know what I mean? Like everybody knows she's like that. That's it. Like you know, like you seen the like. Come on, like the more I don't want to get hyped up because you know what I mean. Like come on, and that's why I was breaking down the key situation because no one understands there was a blood trail in back of that fucking car, and it's like, and he says it's because he jumped out the bushes. What do you call jumped out the bushes?
But he had nothing on his clothes, on his
Yeah,
sneakers,
but he
nothing.
says that Eddie jumped out the bushes on this show. I got it on here, jumped out, and he brought the blood trail with him. But like you said,
And he
there's
said
nothing
that
on
he
his
holds
sneakers,
himself down.
and then he hosed himself down, which wasn't even in the trial.
Yo, that the yellow
Think
tape.
about it.
The yellow tape would have been on that house for a couple days, man.
Mhm.
No, he wouldn't have been able to, let me tell you something. Like, you know, when a crime scene occurs like that and it's that gruesome and there's that much blood on the fucking kitchen floor, they ain't letting you in that fucking house. I mean,
Oh, he's here. He's here right now. They had their own tow truck. Who had their own tow truck?
I thought they were closed. The garage.
So the garage is closed, but they had the access to the tow truck in the
Not for
garage.
the other key. Not for the other key.
but what I'm saying is that
Damn,
you know,
Adi. Regardless of what happened, bro, you were mad shady that night. You were mad shady that night with that cab, man. If that's what you did that night, man, after knowing that Janet was hurt bad like that, man, damn, man. That wasn't a good move, man. You put yourself in this situation then, man. Like you made yourself look suspect. Like if that's the case, bro, you know. But hey, maybe that's the way you handle it at 30 years old. You're 60 years old now, so I mean, hey, things happen.
Did he ever find the key? Because I mean, he definitely had the
He
key.
never found the key, bro. He said he never found the key.
So the key flew away? What the fuck happened to it? It time traveled? What the fuck?
You
Bro.
got two Spanish girls up here, man,
God
and he's
damn.
Puerto Rican. He's Puerto
Yeah.
Rican, girls.
Mira, muchacho, ya tú
Oh, he
sabes. Come
covered.
on.
Oh,
Come
we got
on,
the fire. We
bro.
got the fire with you right now, man, Adi. We got the Spanish girls up here, man. I mean, this is
Shit.
Look, Mira, like in like real shit, like not for nothing. Like I knew people like Artie, like older guys. Like that's somebody that my grandma and my mom would be like, "Oh, él es muy fresco. Like
Yeah,
he's
like
too
fresh,
fresh. He's
fresh.
fresh. Like why he hanging out with kids? Like
Yeah, yeah.
he's a grown adult. He shouldn't be doing that." And I mean, that's just a cultural thing. He knows that that's a cultural thing. It has nothing to do with whether it's accusing you of that. But Spanish mothers and grandmothers, they don't play with that intuition. You know what I'm saying? They're like, yo, ese un freco. You can't even go anywhere near that person, like at all. Like that's real facts. That's real facts.
Yep.
And
He
it's no
fresh.
disrespect. It's no disrespect, Artie, but it is I mean, you got yourself looking a little sus because if the truth is consistent, there is no in between here. Like it's consistent, and I can chalk it to the fact that it's 30 years ago. Okay, but Gina has not
But Gina
faltered on
actually
her
said something.
story.
She did say something about that tow truck though, didn't she? She said, I remember when I talked to her, her and her husband wondered why a certain tow company towed that car. And I was like, well, what's the difference? And she didn't elaborate on it, but they were suspicious about who towed that car. I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
ask her.
and if they were suspicious, if Gina was suspicious about that, means she knew what type, probably knows, it would be a tow truck from their company. And he said that
Yeah,
the garage was closed,
he's
but now it
exactly.
was his tow truck.
Exactly. He said the garage was closed, and now he's saying that the garage sent the tow truck to pick it up. I mean, I just,
Mm,
and
Artie,
I'm going to tell you this, not right now, that the office, that fucking cab stand office has a keyboard. It's got all the
Exactly,
keys on it.
exactly,
And if they have
exactly.
to move a car around in that
Yeah,
yard, there's 50 fucking cars in. They're gonna have a key to move it. They're gonna have a keyboard. I mean, it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like I've been
that's
around
part of
that.
the yeah. Hell, we all been
always
around
spare
that shit,
keys,
man.
spare keys all the time for
That's
taxis.
the whole. That's their business is fucking
Yep.
car keys
And
and
like
taxis.
and like
So
not
at the end of the day, people lose keys, man. It's like not a big deal. Like
not for nothing. Like
you don't think you think you're the first one that lost the key to the cab, bro? Of course you call in, hey, I lost the key. Don't worry about it. We'll bring one up to your bank. No big deal. Keep it pushing. Like they're not gonna say, oh, the shit's towed. We gotta get a tow. This, that, blah, blah. Come on, stop it. I don't
yeah,
know.
no, he would have fucking he would have said, hey, can I borrow your phone? Or hey, I gotta go
He
walk to
did
the.
borrow the phone. He did.
He would
Remember,
have
he
he would have
called. He
fucking
went on
called
Gina's
that
phone.
cab stand and said, listen, I'm in car 42. I don't know. I just
That's
misplaced
the
my
first
keys.
thing he said to
Send me up.
Gina. That's the first thing he said, though. That's the first thing. Kev. He went in the
Yeah,
house to
can I
use the
use your
phone.
phone?
So what did he do when he called? Who'd he
He
call?
was like, yo, Tito, come up here and grab my shit.
but they already say too, like in his call, they say in
You know
his
what I'm
call
saying?
too, like that he saw his
He didn't.
brother in jail and that he didn't want to end up like him. But then the way he was moving, doing drugs and with kids, and like, look, everybody, it's just not adding up. Like the behavior is like the opposite. It's like there's some people who, and this is just my impression, and I can be wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong. But I feel like he kind of has been listening to everything to kind of make a narrative fit with what will make it more believable of his
Bingo.
Man, I'll
non-involvement.
tell you a narrative right now, man. Let me tell you something, right? I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't give a shit what area you're in. If I work for a cab company right now in 2025, and they had a Chevy Cavalier, right? And then they had a Lexus RX 350, and they say, "Hey, which one you want to take to go do delivery or Uber? You wanna get the Hyundai Sonata or do you want to get the MDX? Yo, I'm gonna take that Acura MDX right there, right? It's no different than when he was driving that. You know the difference, man. There's no difference back then when he looked and he seen that piece of shit Chrysler sitting there, and then there was an LTD, a Crown Vic. He knew the difference. He knew I'm taking that Crown Vic. The shit got more pep to it. It's a better ride. It's got AC. It's a better car. It's newer. the whole thing. And at first he said, I don't know what car it was. I have no idea. It could have been a Chrysler. It could have been this. It could have been that. Well, Big Ed says he got a picture of you being blocked in. So let's just hope for your sake it's a Crown Vic. And it's not a fucking 1986 Dodge Diplomat with a fucking blown head gasket.
Yo, Artie's still in the chat, bro. Like, this is not
I'm just
legal
saying.
advice. This is not legal advice, my guy. Pero mira, there's something called cállate, please, because you're not making it look good for yourself. If you truly have nothing to do with this, just don't say nothing. You don't have to defend something. The truth is going to be the truth regardless. Like, you don't got to do all this extra because now you trying to defend yourself is making you look suspect. So maybe don't say too much.
I never knew what
That's a
happened to
lie.
Janet.
Gina told me that she left in the ambulance. That's lie. They were still working on Gina. I mean, on Janet.
Why would
Oh
Gina
my.
lie? Why would Gina lie
For
and say that?
real. Not saying that
What would be
Artie's
what
lying.
would be the difference? What would be the difference if she left in the ambulance or she didn't leave in the ambulance? What would Gina have to? Why would Gina narrative have to be that the ambulance that she was still in the house? Tell me why that makes her story better. So even if she would say, nah, he's right, the ambulance did leave. Okay, you're still there though, looking for a key.
Exactly.
Does that change the facts?
Your wife just lost her sister, or your wife is like in shock that something happened to her sister.
You
Right.
live with the
I
woman
know
in
I
the
would have
same
been
house.
with my wife. I'll tell you that right now.
I mean, this is your family's house, and you like, does this happen all the time that people get stabbed and fucking Freddy Krueger's out there? Like it seemed like you knew what happened. You said you didn't know what happened. Well, the way you were acting, you seemed like you fucking knew what happened. For someone that didn't know what happened, wouldn't you be the first one saying, I'm the uncle? What the fuck happened?
Yeah, I don't.
I never knew what happened. You just let the cops say, go over there.
That'd be my first. As
You
everybody
can
else.
see on people's faces what the fuck happened, bro. It's not like, you know what I mean? Like, you can look at people like
Everybody was standing on their porch.
Everybody was standing on their porch, and people were doing this. Oh
It's like Kevin Kev says that
like shock. Like, you could see the shock in people's faces, but you didn't pick up on that. You didn't pick up on that because maybe you already knew what happened. I don't know.
It's like Kevin Kev says, like the first thing you would have thought of, like as a human, my first instinct is if somebody in my family is hurt, I want to go check if the kids are all right. What's going on in there? I'm gonna put up a fight. Oh my God, what's going on? I'm gonna freak the fuck out as a normal human being.
Why would you want to see your? Why
would
would you want to see? I'm sorry, but why would you want to see your nephew Ryan in the back of a fucking police car? Why wouldn't you take him out of the police car and go take him to Gina's house and sit with him in there and make him some fucking iced tea? And put a fucking video on MTV and get his mind off it or something. Why the fuck did you let him sit in the back of a police car? Well, why? For what? If you didn't know what happened, why? So if you didn't know what happened, why the fuck is he in the back of a police car? The first thing would be like, yo, get him the fuck out that police car.
His behavior is like he was a disconnect to the world. Like it was nothing that was happening around him. That shit's crazy to me.
Makes me feel like, you know, some shit went down. He fucking ripped all his fucking clothes off down to his tank top and his fucking rinsed his hair back, threw everything in the trunk, went to get in the car and was like, fuck. I just locked my motherfucking keys in this trunk.
He said
now
he's
gonna go out front. Now he's gonna go out front and be like,
and why wouldn't you bring your wife to the scene? You got the goddamn. Why wouldn't you get up with your wife? Point blank, period. So you called your wife. So you obviously you called her on a landline. It's 1995. They had cell phones back then. Back when they had cell one, I remember. But you know, not everybody had one back then.
Yeah, he said he used the payphone at fucking.
So you called her on a landline, correct? So you called her. No, I'm saying he called his wife at Gina's house. Gina brought the phone outside to me on the porch, and I called my wife. So why didn't you bring your wife? Why wouldn't you get with your wife to go to the hospital? Why were you so worried about that cab? That's the question. Why did you choose the cab over your family? That's all we want to know.
That's accurate. It just looks funny. And you know what? I was taught if it walks like a duck, it's a fucking duck. Like it is a
Hold on.
duck. It is what it is.
So hold on for a minute. What do you? Did he just respond to you and say that he called his wife
Yeah, he called his wife.
Yeah, he said
And
he
she
called his
brought the
wife.
phone. She
just
brought
now?
yeah,
Yeah.
just now.
Well, I mean, so which one was it? I mean, did he call for a fucking tow, or did he call his wife?
He made a couple of phone calls, I think he said. I think you need a tow truck, bro. You just pause, man.
It what?
God damn, Kevin.
He stopped at a payphone and he fucking called his wife. All right. Now he's at the scene.
And he
He
called his
loses
wife
his
again.
keys.
And he calls his
He
wife
called
again.
his wife again. He said she was at the hospital.
Yeah, how did you call her at the hospital?
Correct.
I'm
And
getting
bingo.
excited,
Thank you,
man.
Kevin.
Shit fucking gets me
He
I
said
am
because
not
she
excited.
was already
defending
at the
myself. I
hospital.
am not defending myself against the murder. I'm defending my name as they have always brought my name into. Bro, listen, there's a DNA, right, underneath her fingernail, whether you like it or not, Adi. This is just a factual thing that's just been lurking around. Now, maybe if you would have understood that, right, and realized, damn, it didn't come back to Eddie O'Brien, maybe I should like figure out whose it is before they start saying it's me, because I was there that night and they're gonna assume it's mine. Now, maybe you thought in your head because you took your DNA that you got cleared. Well, nah, they never ran it, and that's a fact. So until they run it, you're not in the clear. And now we just got questions about you and this cab, this Crown Vic.
Yes.
The ambulance was not there for the millionth time. It was not there when I arrived. But what we're saying is, does that make a difference, though, buddy? That makes a difference to you because they said that you said she didn't make it, and in the story it beefs up the story that she wasn't out the house yet. Okay, maybe they're wrong. Maybe they're embellishing. Maybe they're lying about that. Okay, fine. But what does that got to do with the fact that you're still outside? You lost your key to your cab, and you instead of leaving your cab and going with your family, you choose the cab and the tow truck. That's the question. What does that got to do with the question of the cab?
But Gina said that when she saw him, that when he said they que, or she was like, or that they called them and told them something had happened. She said, "How can they tell them something had happened? They were still working on Janet."
And that's
This
why
is
he
what
keeps defending that, because that makes him look extra shady. So I'm saying, okay, take that out. Okay, the ambulance was gone. She was already going to the hospital. That's cool. That still doesn't take away the fact that you were still like a bird on the grass looking for a fucking worm for a key for a cab after you just found out that your sister-in-law, your wife's sister, got stabbed, murdered, and you're worrying about a cab that's not even yours.
JFK.
And
Check
you
out
want to
that
smoke
comment.
weed. And you want to smoke
Check out that
weed.
comment. Check
Which
out
one?
that comment. It says, yeah, so if dispatch told him to call his wife, how did he hear that if he was locked out of his cab? Bingo.
Wait a minute.
Because he
So
said
if dispatch
dispatch
told him to
called him.
call his wife, how did he
Yeah.
hear that when he was locked
If
out
he
of
was
his
locked
car?
out of the car. Correct. He was looking for the
No,
keys
he
so they
heard
moved
that.
the car.
No, but he heard that when he was driving back from the fair.
Oh, okay, okay.
When he was driving back from Boston, he said.
That's nuts, bro.
This is
It's too
just
much.
crazy. It's crazy because it's like when people are like, I'm defending my name, and then you hyper focus on certain details that are like kind of masking the larger issue. I mean,
Exactly.
it's just not. This is a guest on your show, and I'm gonna just refrain from my true opinion because I don't want to offend anybody, but like, it's just not looking good for you, Artie. Like, respectfully, like, you just don't move like that because you're making yourself look suspect, and
Who is
and
calling a liar?
I guess a person named Kerry Cab. I don't know who Kerry Cab is. I'm trying to find it.
it's like mad defensive. Like, calm down. It's all right. Like
I'm surprised
you,
he didn't spell. I'm surprised he didn't spell Lair.
Stop.
I haven't gotten over that, Margot.
Oh my God, Margot really clocked him for that. That is hilarious to me. And also too, like, like unforgettable, you know this, like somebody who's like muy observante, like
Yeah,
too
observant.
like yeah, too observant, but like on some extra focus. It's like you're
Yeah.
trying to plot. You know what I'm saying? Like
Too
it's
much.
like a
Too much.
schemer
Doing too
kind. Yeah, like it's too much. It's like
much. Her parents at the hospital wanted to stay with her parents. She was with her parents at the hospital and wanted to stay with her parents. That's what he said, JFK.
Why? Why? Because of. So you knew what happened though, but you still got to be. But where that's listen. I mean, nothing changed, right? You have a wife, right?
So
Nothing
you don't want
changes
to
when
be
you
there
have a
for your
girl.
wife?
That's what
So
I'm
you don't want
saying.
to be
Like
there for your wife emotionally? What the fuck? Nah, get
that's
the
what
fuck
I'm
out of here.
saying. Like that doesn't change. It doesn't matter what error it is. Like by you would not being there, that would fuck your whole relationship up. If you didn't show up to that hospital in that
Right.
time, I don't give a fuck if it's 1995, 65, 55, 45, 35, 2025. There's some shit, Adi, that does not change. You're going to be in the fucking doghouse. Whether you're leaving your house on a horse, whether you're leaving your house in a Pinto or a fucking Mercedes or a fucking flying car in 2030. The point is that shit is not going to change. When something bad happens, and your wife is emotionally fucked up, if you don't show up, you're in the doghouse, my dude. So you
Mm-hmm.
cared more about that cab than that? I don't know, man. That's where
mm-hmm.
the shit gets funky. I called my wife first, then I called the tow company later on that night to get your shit together. So you called the tow company later on that night.
Mm.
Love you, Holly.
Who the hell is Holly?
Adi, don't chat about this in the room.
Is that another burner account where he's being a layer?
I mean, but you know what? Respectfully, everyone is an adult here. And, Artie, you also don't have to participate. Like, you don't have to defend your name either. Like, you're also putting yourself in a position. You did say that you were okay with people asking you questions. But if you're going to get defensive and say that, oh, this person's lying, that's not true, but you're not being clear about what it is, it's difficult for us to understand the timeline and the sequence of events if there's no clarity there. And it's not because you have very intelligent people in this chat and just in general that are really trying to make an effort to understand what
I mean,
happened.
we just went through 3 years of Karen Reed. Everybody in this chat. So
Exactly.
believe me when I tell you, Adi, you're dealing with people that just can pick up on some bullshit really fast, man. And I'll just tell you this, Adi. You said it does make a difference to me because Gina Mahoney is saying when I arrived, it was still there, and I was. Okay, I understand about the ambulance, but to me, it doesn't matter because the fact what I'm saying is you stayed there with Gina Mahoney with her kids with weed in this cab and saying you're fucked for the key and you stayed there and like I don't understand why you stayed with the cab and then you're saying you don't know what happened to Janet. At what point did you know Janet was stabbed 98 times? At what point did you know Janet didn't make it? Did you know on the scene? Did you know on the scene that she was dead? I was driving my cab when the dispatcher called me on my way to South Station. And what time was that? I mean, see, that's when it could get crazy. We could get into the time, what time that was, and all this and all that. You know what I mean? I'm sure you got the perfect time for that, though.
He's already changed his story twice about that, about what you're asking, JFK. Um, he's he said that they called and said that something had happened to the wife, and then he said, "Oh, they told me that." I mean, to Janet, and then after, if I'm not mistaken, he said something about she'd been murdered or something. But it's he flip flops. His story changes. The same, like explaining the same thing.
Yeah, like what the duck, like
Exactly
that.
what the duck.
That's exactly it. And I know Fiona was saying that, that this is tough, but at the end of the day, like Artie doesn't have to be here to explain himself. He chose to say that. And you know what? You have a group of people who are naturally curious in this case and people who are advocating for justice. And when you have someone who's closely related to this case and they're not being as straightforward or transparent and just kind of giving you the runaround, it doesn't
Oh, he
take
said
like,
goodbye.
okay,
He
No,
just said
Adi,
well, no,
goodbye.
please.
someone's saying it. Then it's like, we're going to ask
He's
the
not gonna
questions
say goodbye though. He's not gonna say goodbye.
because he's done
He's
that a
not
few
gonna say
times
goodbye
tonight.
because he's not gonna say goodbye because there's no way. Because it comes down to this, right, Adi? It's like my thing is this: there's DNA underneath their fingernail. Can you agree on that? And you said run it, so just run the DNA. Maybe stand with the family on that. Maybe in 2025, stand with Eddie on that. You stand with him on it. You know what I mean? Like join together just for that one cause. Run that DNA. My name's Adi. My sister-in-law was killed. For years, I believed it was this dude. He's saying there's DNA under the fingernail. Run that fucking DNA. It didn't come back to him. Run that DNA. I want to know who the fuck did this to Janet.
So
What's the
yeah,
problem with that?
shooting informants. He just put something up in the chat. Throw that up on the screen.
Adi stalks this case, everyone in it. He can't let it go. He's too involved.
So listen, right now you
Oh,
heard Margot say, Adi comments on a post that was fucking put out on a website fucking from 7 or 8 years ago. He's still got to fight. All of a sudden, he's got an opinion on it, and he fucking comments. He's still fucking reading his comments that he commented on fucking 5 years ago.
well, he knew about this. To be fair, shooting, he knew about this because we contacted him on Facebook, so he knew about it.
Mm. I know that I seen on Facebook.
And he had no
I don't.
problem with coming up here, so you got to give him that.
And
I.
sorry,
It's
the
all
only
right.
thing I wanted to say is just, here's a guy. I mean, and like J.F.K. says, we're not pointing a finger and this, that, and the other thing until we get that one critical fucking thing that puts the limelight on somebody or the limelight on a different angle of this case, and we're gonna fucking push at it.
Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna push at. I'm gonna push at when I talk to Eddie O'Brien, and I talked to him about that fucking pancake that I asked him for in Cambridge jail, the extra one, back in 1997, and he couldn't give me an extra one. And I'm gonna say, yo, bro, what's up, man? You got an extra fucking pancake for your boy in 2025? But I'll tell you this, man. I'm gonna talk to Eddie, and I'm gonna, and whatever he could tell me, he could tell me. Maybe I'll go to a visit. Maybe I'll come to Boston and I'll go visit him so I can sit down, talk to him face to face, so he could tell me exactly what the fuck I need to hear. So I can 100% go into this with a different perspective. Because as of right now, it's the same thing with Karen. I talk to Karen Reed. Everybody knows that. How do you know? I don't talk to Karen Reed. Word on the street is JFK got dumped, but that's far from the truth. But
Goddamn.
still talk to Karen. And congratulations to Nick Rocco and their team,
Yes.
and I'm
Yes,
happy for
Nick
them
Rocco.
because Nick Rocco's going to do it big, and he deserves to do that. You know what I mean? And I
Yes.
never, I don't, first off the bat, even if I was offered that responsibility, like to be the spokesperson for them or some shit, I wouldn't even want that burden. I got too much shit going on in my life, man. I'm flying a fucking airplane. I ain't got time to do this shit. You know what I mean? So I never wanted to be a spokesperson. I just spoke on a situation. That's it. And we got down to the bottom of that. We know how that went. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that even when I talk to Karen about certain things, or a conversation, I can't go to certain places on the phone with her and things like that because there's different things going on, right? And with Eddie, it's even worse because he's in prison and all his calls are being monitored. So I can't ask him questions. You know what I mean? Regardless if he's innocent or not. The IPs are listening, so I can't. So the only way I can do it is actually go up there and sit down and have a 4-hour visit session with him. Maybe we can eat fucking Oreos and some honey buns and fucking chill out and just talk and figure out what exactly is going on.
God damn.
Right.
years ago, and there was
And
Artie's
also to
comment.
like,
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead. Go ahead,
go
Mom.
ahead, honey. No, go ahead. I was just reading something on the
No, I was gonna
screen.
say like, look, like, I mean, it's clear. I know Artie feels the way he feels, but bro, like, if this was one of your kids, you know, you and that was like potentially wrongfully accused, I will hope that you would have the same energy for asking questions and picking out inconsistencies when you hear them, because this is somebody's entire family, including yours, potentially an innocent person
Well,
has
that's
been
so.
paying a price that's not theirs.
I just want to. I'm sorry. I don't mean to
No,
cut
it's okay.
nobody off.
No,
I'm just
please,
reading
it's
Jay
okay.
Dams. Jay Dam's been on this case. This person, Jay. I don't know if it's a woman or a man, but me and Jay Dams, we've been talking about this case for about a year. Between me, it's funny because I just went back on one of my old lives, and a conversation between me and Jay Dans about Eddie O'Brien popped up. So keep in mind this been going on for a while. So Jay Dams has his or her opinion. It's all cool. But here's a great point. This is what I mean. This is what I don't know. So I'm happy that this point got brought up. Run DNA on what? Janet's fingernail DNA is not available. His DNA is irrelevant. There's nothing to compare his DNA and blood. See that's what I'm saying. If that's the case, that they ran the DNA and now the DNA mysteriously disappeared, right? That they officially ran and they can't get the DNA from her fingernail because she's gone. She's in the dirt. She's, don't even, I hate to say it, 30 years. I mean, come on, what's left of her? I hate to say it. Like, then all we got is that in that space and time, they ran the DNA. They compared it to Eddie. He wasn't the killer. And now you can't get another killer. And so he's fucked. Like, so is that what it is? Because there's got to be a reason why, if they do have the DNA, that they just they didn't run it, or if it comes in the appellate decision to say, okay, run it, like, what is the reason? There's got to be a reason. And that right there sounds pretty credible what he said. I don't know if it's right, but is the DNA even around anymore? Do they even have you know what I mean? Do they even have access to that DNA they ran back in 1995?
Mm-hmm.
And if that's the case, I mean, this person's saying they have it. All right. And that's great. That's the good news. But they never ran it through the data. Well, they ran it through the database. Yeah, they ran it through the database for him. So, yeah, they do have it. Yeah. So compare it to that, to what they ran in the database to compare to him. All right. See, I'm just trying to figure out everything, man. And if that's what it comes down to, the DNA, then guess what? We got a free Eddie O'Brien
Mm-hmm.
fucking movement going on. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I look at it, you know?
Yep.
Because it's obvious that there's so much corruption going on at the highest levels, and it's been going on forever. And it's clear that no one is safe from being exempt from being a case study of whatever agenda is being pushed. And that's, if anything, the biggest concern, because you have to be on your P's and Q's, and it could be anybody. And that's the sad part. It's like, and to Artie's point, if you were in this similar situation, if this was you, I'm pretty sure there'd be a lot of us advocating for you. It's what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. We have to stop muddying the lines and blurring the lines of, like, sometimes it's just a duck is a duck. Like, we have to stop excusing it for something else. It is what it is. And I know it may not seem great for you because it feels like a pushback, but you know what? It only feels that way because we're challenging your perception. And based on what we've seen and based on our experience with, like, just normal everyday people, like using our own experiences with other cases that we looked at. And it's no disrespect to anybody, because at least on this channel, I will always say that there's healthy debate. Like, we're passionate people, I would say. But, like, sometimes I guess, like, don't confuse passion with anger. That's two different things. Like, it's just more like everyone's just trying to get to the bottom of what could have happened. And if this is truly an injustice, Janet still needs justice.
And that's it. You said it perfect. Adi might be traumatized. He might not even realize what happened in 1997 when he got sentenced, 1995 when it happened, like you said. But if it comes down just to DNA and they have his DNA and he ain't afraid of them running his DNA, then what's the problem? Maybe we should all team up for the greater good. You know what I mean? If Adi could stand with the parents and be like, you know what? For all these years, I thought he did it. And you know what? Now, through the JFK channel and through the parole hearing and all the work Margot did, and now it's starting to make more sense. And now, Chimmy and Unforgettable are talking Spanish to me, and now it's sunk in a little bit. You know what? Fuck it. All right, I'm down to join the Eddie cause for right now. Run the DNA. Do it. But that's not what he's saying. He's saying, no, fuck that DNA, fuck that shit. Well, he said go ahead and run it, but he's still saying he's guilty. You can't say he's guilty until they run that DNA though, bro.
Exactly. That's the disconnect there. And it's like, that's what we wanted to hope for when it came to the O'Keefes, right? It's like they just want to believe one version of reality without considering other possibilities. And we all have to be open to being wrong, because none of us are God to know the actual truth. Like, this is a big chess game here that everything's going to come out the way it's supposed to. So we can only speculate, we can only assume, and that's based on the information that is available, because there's a lot of stuff that isn't available even in the trial. Like, they left out a lot of things similar to Karen. So it's like, you can't just die on the hill of like, oh, this is the only way. No, there's multiple possibilities. And if there is an opportunity to finally put this to bed, to give your family, the justice they need for their loved one, and also if an innocent person has faced all this time, get them to be free, you should be open to that if that's the
Yeah,
case.
especially you lived your life, man. You got to live the last 30 years. And Janet, if they got it wrong, then why not be on that side? And good night, Adi, man. Good night, bro. Sleep well, man. And listen, man. Um, all I can say is, man, if that's what it comes down to, the DNA, I think at this point, Adi, just like your lost key that you were looking for, right? And we got to take your word on it. I think at that point, you're going to have to take science's word that until that DNA gets ran, you cannot 100% say that Eddie did it. As much as for the last 30 years you've been saying it, but this, you might have to change your tone, my brother, if that is the case. And we're going to find out tomorrow night when we talk to Big Ed and Trisha, and we got Margot, and I'm sure you're going to be here, Artie, and we're going to get down to the bottom of what is going on with this DNA and what's their plan, or, where they're going with it, and where's this case stand, and, the process. And you just heard from Shooting, who was up in Norfolk with him. You know, this is a guy that has a case that's a borderline rape case. I hate to say it like that, but to the public perception, especially inmates, when you stab someone 98 times and stab bras and you're in the paper every other week, they're looking at it like you're a fucking weirdo, period. And he would have got done in up there, especially in general. He wouldn't have lasted 48 hours in there if people would believe he did it. So you have a whole system, a whole inmate system who did exactly what we've been doing, reading the reports, reading the inconsistencies, reading exactly what we did, and they all got his back. And now we're in the future. Would you believe it? It's 2025, 2026 is a thing called live streaming. And 362 people are rocking out with us late night. And they're starting to believe that he needs to get that DNA ran. So, this is the way, this is God's plan, I guess. I didn't have any plan for this shit. It's just the way it ended up being. So, I mean, Adi, man, it just is what it is, I guess, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Makes big sense, man.
Yeah, it does. And the truth's going to come out regardless. It always does. And that's the thing that people forget. It may not be now, but I'm a firm believer in divine timing and divine justice. That's where God is like, all right, so check it. This has been long enough. And now everything kind of falls apart. We've already witnessed this happen so many times with so many different cases. And I do believe that it's coming up now and there's all this smoke now because something's about to pop off. And that's just my feeling about it. And I feel like everybody kind of feels that too, is that more eyes are on this case, more attention, and maybe other people or other content creators will start picking this up, and start a whole free Eddie movement if that's the case. And more facts will start to come out. And it's inevitable because once you start applying pressure, people are going to have to answer for their participation or lack thereof.
Mm-hmm. Well, listen, Jimmy, unforgettable. You guys got anything to say in closing to the people, real quick?
No, I just want to give a shout out to our mods. Like always, they always on point. Mooting out all the negative and all that stuff. And I appreciate everybody here in the chat as well. And I appreciate JFK and Kevy Kev for allowing us to be here to listen to our perspective. And I'm enjoying watching everybody else's perspective on the chat. So you guys, it's always good to see everything from all sides. And you guys are doing great. And I'm proud of you guys again. This has been great.
I appreciate you, girl, and we'll have you up real soon again for sure. Jimmy, what up? You want to talk to the people?
Well, yeah, I mean, your mods are fantastic. I think at some point, I think Miss Unforgettable should be a mod. I'm just saying. But no, like you guys, I mean, big ups to you and
I
Kevy
definitely.
Kev.
I'll hit her with a wrench for sure. Hit you
Yeah,
with a
like,
wrench too. Well, you're not even in the chat, are you? Well, I don't even know. I'm not gonna
well,
ask
I'll hit you.
security questions.
I'll hit you up
I'm not.
later.
I
But
know. I know you're a secret. You're a secret squirrel.
God damn, a squirrel. You could
God
have given me
damn.
well, they're cute too. That's fine. But no, but I have to say, like, you and Kevy Kev have really been doing your thing. The pivot was necessary. And, this is something that's yours and that you're able to bring awareness to. And I'm really proud that you guys, you're doing the best that you can. And you're really putting the information out there in the way journalists who have that type of integrity, who do their job appropriately by having
And
all
I just want to throw a
sides.
name out there. Jay Brilliant is in the chat. Our boy Jay
Yes.
Brilliant's been working
Yes,
behind the scenes.
Jay.
Jay Brilliant.
Yes.
Everybody throw your
Yes,
peace signs
Jay.
up. Every day he's getting up, he's talking, he's making the connections with everything. He's making my life a lot easier.
Yeah, and to
Um,
everybody who's
and
like,
everybody that's helped me out, from Unforgettable to you, Jimmy. Obviously, when you guys come up here, it's great. I love to hear you guys' voices. To Lisa McDonald, to Cats in the chat, to anybody who sent me anything about this case. I'm sorry, I can't think right now. My mods, anybody that's sending me anything about this. What
The
the duck?
long game is
The long
everybody.
game is Becky Epags. Obviously, them are my two. My big long game is right there. I mean, this is great, man. It's a team effort for sure.
yeah, and
Yes.
like when
Keep
you
that
see,
original.
and you see what happens when you bring people together for a cause. And good things happen when people stick together and fight for something that's worth fighting for. So, big ups to you and Kevy Kev again, and to everybody that has helped in any capacity to bring awareness to this case. And, thank you for always having us up and for creating this space for all of us. It's really awesome.
Well, here's the
Yes.
good thing, ladies. We got plenty to talk about real soon. So tomorrow night's the big night, and guess
I
what?
know.
We'll have a live after that, and I'll bring you back up, and we can dissect it all.
All right,
Yes,
let's
yes,
go.
yes. Hey, as
All right.
Shootin
Let's
said,
go.
as Shootin put a post right there on the screen. He said that he's gonna speak to Eddie in the morning, and he's gonna show everybody his the screenshots of everything that people have been saying for him. So
That's awesome.
yeah, that is.
Well, I'm gonna put you ladies backstage. I appreciate you coming up. We'll be talking real
Bye,
soon, ladies.
Kevin
All right.
All
Kev.
right.
Have
Bye,
a
you
good night,
guys. Have a good
girls. Have a
night.
good
Good
night.
night.
Thank you.
Bye.
We have the Spanish mommies up here. Tato.
God damn.
God damn, Marty. The bra was never stabbed. I don't even know. Man, it's been a crazy night, man. We've been rocking for 5 hours exactly on the clock. It's
God damn. I didn't even realize, my man.
Oh man, I
Shit.
realized. Yes. And everybody's been here the whole time. And I want to
Yo,
give a shout out to Adi Ortiz too. It's court papers. He put it back on. It was put back on. Adi Ortiz, thank you for being here, letting us
that's
get the
right, Adi.
questions out. Margot Nash shooting that came up tonight. Shoot informants, not drugs. Obviously, he doesn't fuck around. Shoot informants, not drugs. God damn.
God damn.
My man still walks around with "Stop Snitching" t-shirts on. He ain't fucking around, dude.
I'll tell you, that was it was great having him up there, man, because you just he gave a little clarity on how Eddie holds himself, and that's big. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's big. I mean, he's he's lived that life for 30 years. And he can stand tall in there too. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's obviously just a stand-up guy in there. I'm sure he would have went places if he was, out here on the outside. Probably had a nice job.
He's gonna go. He's gonna go places, bro. If he's gonna go places, bro. That DNA is gonna get ran, and he's gonna get we're gonna find all that out, man. I'm gonna do. I take. Once I talk to shooting, at this point, man, hearing it from that perspective of the inside, guys like that don't lie.
He would have told you if there was a flaw.
Nah, there's no flaw, bro. There's no flaw. It is what it is, man. I mean, you already sense that anyway about Eddie, man. You know what I mean? He's, you already sense it. You already can feel it. It's just that, it's just unbelievable. That's what it is. You just can't believe that the DNA excluded him and they just never ran it for anybody else. But hey, this is just one of those things, man.
I mean, and not for nothing, but I mean, in Eddie's defense, he was young. You listen to Margot, how she had to like break the ice with him. He was very standoffish. He didn't want to talk to her. He didn't know who he could trust, and at those key times and at those, the hours, the days, the months after this incident, this still was a shell to crack with Eddie, So
someone just asked, does the DNA exonerate him with the other forensics? I mean, it's underneath their fingernails. It wasn't fucking found. It wasn't found on her. You know what I mean? It's under her fingernails. Like, it means, the thing is, you got to think too, though. Adi was never scratched when he came out. He didn't have no cuts on him. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things to think about too, to say it's Adi, man. It wasn't like Adi was cut. We don't know if he was cut on his body. We don't know. I'm just saying he wasn't cut up, sliced up. I don't know. So, there's just a lot to look into. Tomorrow night's going to be a bigger night. We have the family on here. It's 2 a.m. And with that being said, I go by the name of J.F.K.
And I go by Kevy Kev.
And guess what, Long Gamers? We're trapped in 1995. It was the summer of 1995.
See you tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, people. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. Summer of 1995, hot night in July. Why did Janet have to die? This is the story of Eddie, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The system is petty, juvenile law and politics so deadly. 15 years old, known as Big Lovable Teddy. Janet Downing, 42 years old, what's the motive? Killed in her home, young mother devoted. Eddie went in the house, the door was open. She was on the kitchen floor, laying there frozen. Eddie claims this was not what he planned to see. A man with a mask grabbed him. Be quiet. I will kill your whole family. Eddie left the house, ran up the street. Around the corner, washed up in the bathroom at Burger King. Janet was stabbed multiple times. Rest in peace. It was a gruesome murder scene. I agree. Eddie went to his work, said he got jumped, but never said a thing. What? About Janet lying there lifeless, his friend's mother from across the street. Shh. He was in the house. But Janet had a brother-in-law she kicked out for selling drugs. Said if anything ever happened to her, it's him you bring up. The night of the murder he showed up, was acting suspicious in the front yard. Gina in Virginia says he was looking for his keys. It was humid and muggy, but we were showered and neat. He was a cab driver looking for his key. Looking for a key to one of the cabs in the fleet. Yes. How did he know something happened on that street? Eddie says he is innocent, and the cab driver did it.
Who do you believe?
Believe.
DNA under Janet's fingernail, unidentified. Who do you believe?
Come on, come on.
This is the story of Eddie, 15 years old.
Life in prison.
This is the story of Janet, life taken and stolen.
For no reason.
It was the summer.
July 1995.
Do you all remember?
30 years ago, why she have to die?
15 years old, locked in a cage, a murder that he always denied.
Let's go. Summer of 95. Life goes by. Welcome to the stream. Long gamers. Peace and love. La la la.
I just wanna chill and twist the lie. Catch stunts in my 745. You drive me crazy, shorty. I need to see you and feel you next to me. I'll be everything you need, and
We'll see you tomorrow night, 8 p.m.
Love y'all. That I gotta ask, and I hope you can come up with the answers, babe. Girl, hey, it's easy to love me now. Hey, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? It's easy to love me now. Now, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? If I fell off tomorrow, would you still love me? If I didn't smell so good, would you still hug me? If I got locked up and to a quarter century, could I count on you to be there to support me mentally? If I went back to a hoopty from a Benz, would you poof and disappear like some of my friends? If I was hit and I was hurt, would you be by my side? If it was time to put in work, would you be down to ride? I get out and peel a brother cap, chill and dry. I'm asking questions to find out how you feel inside. If I ain't rap cause I flip burgers at Burger King, would you be ashamed to tell your friends you're feeling me? In the bed if I use my tongue, would you like that? If I wrote you a love letter, would you write back? Now we could have a little drink, you know, a nightcap, and we could go do what you like. I know you like that. Girl, it's easy to love me now. Oh, now, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? It's easy to love me now. Woo. Would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? Now would you leave me if your father found out I was thugging? Do you believe me when I tell you you the one I'm loving? Are you mad cause I'm asking you 21 questions? Are you my soulmate? Cause if so, girl, you a blessing. Do you trust me enough to tell me your dreams? I'm staring at you trying to figure how you got in them jeans. If I was down, would you say things to make me smile? I'll treat you how you wanna be treated, just teach me how. If I was with some other chick and someone happened to see, and when you asked me about it, I said it wasn't me, would you believe me or up and leave me? How deep is our bond if that's all it takes for you to be gone? We only humans, girl, we make mistakes to make it up, I'll do whatever it takes. I love you like a fat kid love cake. You know my style, I say anything to make you smile. Girl, it's easy to love me now. Oh no, would you love me if I was down? Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Hey yo, got it. Yeah, shit on. Yeah, shit on. Yeah, shit on. Yeah, they can't blind your vision, cover these clear mornings. Days fly by, let's make another year for it. Struggling and stressing, brother, but you here for it. Life sends you in a tailspin without no real warnings. Sat on the porch all night, damn, I used to rip flows. All the girls you stared at, yeah, I used to get those. Them chicks started smoking crack, now the kids are all schizos. Another day in the hood, homie, you know how that shit goes. You ever look at a calendar, be scared to count it? He never did a day of time, so we rap about it. Real ones traumatized, we could do without it. System is rigged, they got us surrounded. They talk shit, brown nose, they are in your business. Be your close ones, boast fun, show interest. At your front door, ghost guns, load of switches. For a Rolex, leave you dead, no witness. Let's go. We just trying to live, please leave us alone. We fighting for justice, we trying to make it home. From Proctor to Mulligan in the combat zone. They killed Jigga right in front of the stove. No more sitting for summers, just trying to change our ways. Lost the sting, but that sensation stays. Chasing validation, I can see the hate in their face. He is scared he gonna die, history reading today. Welcome to the street. We be Keith, James, Jackson, J.F.K.